Okay, and chat. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. No, that was not what I meant to do. God damn it. Why did hitting escape do that? God damn it. Oh, come on. Capture the game. Okay, there we go. Huh. Alright, still in the prologue. Alright, did we get our quest? Right, Mayor Klaus. East end of town. That's Hotel Roland. Oh! This whole area is the house. Okay. Lavish. Do you think the mayor's even in today? Being as busy as he is, I'm sure there's a pretty good chance that he's out. Oh, bless my soul, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua. Hi, Mayor Klaus. Is it Klaus or Klaus? I hope we're not disturbing you, sir, but we've come on behalf of the Bracer Guild about a job you requested. Yes, I heard from the guild that the two of you would be coming. So, you're taking over your father's work while he's away, are you? Well, we're trying to, at least. I'm very sorry about my dad reneging on his promise like this. There's no need for apologies. Knowing your father, it's typical for him to be swamped with work like this. Anyway, with Lita and my wife out and about, I'd like to remove this conversation somewhere else. Why don't we head upstairs to my study and go over the details? In truth, I don't think you'll find this request particularly difficult. And it's for that reason, I think, that asking the guild to do this job may have been a bit presumptuous. Unfortunately, I'm unable to get away from my work, and I had to break down and ask the guild for help. We were informed that this job involves the transport of a certain something, but what is it exactly that you would like us to carry, and where? I would like you to pick up a Septium Crystal from the Manga mine and deliver it here. When you say Septium, you mean that radioactive stuff? Do you mean like Sepith that we often come across? Accurately speaking, Sepith is fragmented septium, which is too small to be used as precious stones. Therefore, this Sepith is refined and processed into quartz, which can be installed into ordnance. So that's the difference, huh? I think I've got a better grasp on things now. We've actually been able to obtain a certain kind of septium, called Ismailis, from the Manga mine since the olden days. However, since a large piece of this crystal was recently discovered, I've asked the mine chief to hold on to it until someone could pick it up. So you'd like us to pick up this crystal from the mine chief and bring it here, is that correct? How big is this thing? Precisely. What do you think? Is this something you think you can handle? The transport of a precious gem, huh? It'll be a nice change from fighting monsters. Should keep us on our toes, too. All right, we'll do it. I appreciate your willingness to help. Please, take this with you. Mayor's referral. Cool. If you show that to one of the workers, they should let you into the mine. Good luck. We're probably going to have to fight monsters in the mine, so... Ooh, what else is in this house? Hey, Milena, how's it going? Gonna snoop through the mayor's place. I heard from Lita that the vegetables from the Purzel farm haven't arrived. I wonder what's going on. The vegetables from there have such a delicious, fresh flavor. I mean, we were just there. Presumably they're having some trouble with their stock since the monsters fucked with it. Alright, Manga Mine is to the north, right? Nope, that's the landing port. This is the path to the north. Oh, I walked right into it. Damn it. Oh, I should have gone back and rested. Whoops. Oh, miss. Come on. I forgot how jaunty the battle music in this game was. Beast flesh. Alright, we're gonna go rest. Oh, I only have 302 Mira. Excuse me. Should I kill the plants for blue sepith? Nah. Hang on. Alright, soldier training. Forgot to do that. Alright, we'll do that after Mericlaus's deal. Oh, it has like 1 HP. Come on.
Alright, we're good to go.
Oh, damn it. Alright, one down. Oh, miss! Come on.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Wonder how much 7th one can hold. Probably 1,000? Maybe more. There's the mine. This is the entrance to the Manga mine. If you're not here on business, then I'll have to ask you to leave. Well, we are here on business. Believe it or not, we are here on business. Roland's mayor, Klaus, has asked that we come here and pick up a certain Septium Crystal. Estelle shows Linde the mayor's referral. Well, alright then. If you've got a referral from the mayor, then that's a different story. I don't mean to make your job any more difficult. Would you mind going inside and speaking with the boss directly? I'm supposed to stand watch out here. Sure, that's fine, but why the boss? We're actually here to see the mine chief. I'm pretty sure that is the boss, Estelle. That mine chief you're talking about is actually our boss, Mr. Gatton. He manages the mine and all of its workers. He's the kind of guy who enjoys discovering a septum load more than eating 3 meals a day. Septium load, not septum load. I'm fairly sure he's working down in the lower tunnels today. Thanks for the tip. We'll go see if we can locate him. Hey, what's up, Quiet Man? You've missed basically nothing. You've missed 10 minutes of me. I talked to Klaus. And I walked to the mine. Alright, let's look around before we get in that. Check it out, it's a minecart. Do you think it's powered by orbments too? Looks that way to me. How about we get in and see where it takes us? Oh, and that switch determines where it goes. Gotcha. That's an elevator. Let's see where this... No, let's go back and see what the other path... Whoops. Let's go back and see the other path. Great Idios! What are you kids doing down here? Are you friends with someone who works here in the mine? Not exactly. We've come to see the mine chief at the request of the mayor. Oh, so you're here about the crystal, are you? Well, if you're looking for the boss, he should be in the tunnels below. If you use the elevator at the end of the tracks on the opposite side of the mine, you can get down there. The end of the tracks on the opposite side of the mine? When you were riding in the minecart, you noticed a place along the way where the track diverges, right? If you follow that other line, you'll reach the elevator. In order to get there, you'll have to go back to where you came from and flip the lever to activate the track switch. Alright, so that guy is just a tutorial for something we'll have to manage elsewhere in the mine. Elevator to hell, going down. This is the elevator we're supposed to use to reach the lower tunnels, right? Why doesn't it work? Let me have a look. There's orbital energy running through it, but it appears to be mechanically locked. Maybe we should go back and ask that miner about it. Excuse me. What's that you say? The elevator wouldn't work? I see what the problem is. You need the key to activate it. But since you don't have one of your own, I'll help you out by lending you mine. An ironclad excuse to not have to go deeper into the mine and work. Much appreciated. Once our business here is finished, we'll make sure to return it. Estelle, try using that key we just borrowed. We should be able to get the elevator working this time. Looks like we can use the elevator now. How about we head down into the lower tunnels? It was not actually originally released on the PSP. It was released on PC in like 2003, before the PSP was a glimmer in Sony executives' eyes. Alright, so that's a platform to carry us somewhere. I'll remember that. God, get up. You scared me there for a second. So, you're looking for the mine chief, are you? I'm sure he's somewhere across the bridge. Alright, noted. Figured that was the way I was supposed to go. Oh, a restore point. We are going to have to fight some stuff. Off this way. Ooh, 2 dudes this time. The reason why we've been able to work like we have is due to the grace of the goddess herself. We'd best remember to give thanks. Right, that's weird. You said you're looking for the mine chief. He was here a moment ago. Oh man, I ate a ton of food, but now I'm hungry again. Maybe I ought to try sneaking off to town for lunch again. It looks like Trent was cutting work again. I can't believe he's still pulling the same stunts after that last earful he got from the boss. Oh, you look important. Heaven and earth! What are 2 kids like you doing down here in the mine? You're the mine chief, right? Boy, am I glad to see you. We've been searching all over this dank place for you. We're with the Bracer Guild, and we've come today on behalf of Mayor Klaus. I see. So, you guys are bracers, are you? That's quite a feat for being so young. It's not that big of a deal. By the way, you're supposed to have some sort of crystal for us, right? Alright, give me a second. This little baby is something you don't see every day, which is why I've been keeping it as close to myself as possible. My chief pulls a large grain crystal from his breast pocket. Wow. I've never seen a crystal this big before. That is impressive. There seems to be light swirling around inside, too. It's one of several types of septia. Specifically, it's an Ismailis crystal, which is endowed with the power of wind. For a gem of this size, you're looking at a hefty price tag. I'm talking about a small fortune here. Make absolutely sure that this gets to the mayor. Roger that. Alright, so it's radioactive. What are we going to store it in? It's so beautiful. It feels like I'm carrying a little fairy in my hand. This is super fun. Are you okay there, Estelle? Check this out, Joshua. That's nice and all, but how about you stop horsing around? If you drop it, we could be in some real trouble. Fine, you big killjoy. Estelle put the crystal away in her pocket. Well, I guess that's that. We'll get out of your hair now, Mr. Gaton, but don't worry, we'll make sure this gets to the mayor. I'm counting on you, kids. Huh? What's the matter? That's odd. The airflow down here suddenly shifted. Boss fight time? The airflow? The scent, it's... Uh-oh. Whoa! Ah! It's annoying that the text box was shaking too. Is it over? Was that an earthquake just now? No, it seems there's been a cave-in somewhere within the mine. I wonder if one of the miners hit a patch of loose ground. I'd better check on the extent of the damage. Look out, Estelle. Woof. It is time for crab! Oh, we gotta protect the miner, huh? Alright. 202 HP. Can I reach that? I cannot. Alright, crab one down. Nice. I got some blue Septium Crystals from that. Or Sepith. 6 of them. Nice. Monster Carapace. Oh, I hear there. Do you usually have problems with monsters like this? No, this is the first time we've ever had anything like this happen down here. Monsters have a predisposition which attracts them to the glow of Septium. So we've had a lot of them wandering to the mine in the past, but judging from the situation, it may be that the recent cave-in opened up a hole connected to a den of monsters. Did you say a den of monsters? It's not inconceivable. But this is no time to be standing around thinking about it. I've got to get the other workers out of here. If that's the case, then how about letting us help you out? You're kidding, right? Monster extermination is right up our alley. And besides, every minute counts. You're right. Some extra help would be much appreciated. So how many miners are we looking at in all? There should only be 4 others working here in the lower tunnels. Got it. Now let's go find them. Sorry about all this. Alright, take these and use them if you need to. Ooh, tear bombs. Nice. I'm gonna have to protect him in battle. Let's get some blue Sepith. Ooh, we get free Sepith. Nice. Double free Sepith.
good to go.
Seven blue. Nice.
Alright, we're good to go.
I want to get 30 blue before I'm done here. Oh, Idios, who art in heaven, extend to us thy saving hand. Hey, idiot! If you got time to pray to the goddess, then how about helping me take care of these creatures? Alright, let's go save their asses. Joshua's closer to this one. Alright, one down. Ha! Missed. Double miss. Oh, that didn't kill? Come on. No, we'll double strike the one that's healthier. And have Estelle finish off the one that's weaker. Don't attack him. Oh, don't miss. Come on. Double miss. Come on. Okay, yeah, attack us. Right, we're gonna let the miner heal.
Good to go.
Almost 30 blue. Cool. Is everyone all right? We are now, thanks to you kids. This must also be the divine work of Idios. Nope, the divine work of me. What a religious nut. If this was really the work of the goddess, then she wouldn't have allowed us to get into this mess in the first place. It's because of unbelievers like you that unfortunate accidents like this happen. How about you try and say that again, buddy? Is this really the time or place for that kind of nonsense? Now get out of here. Right away, boss. You be careful too, boss. I swear. Religious crackpots. Don't come any closer. I'm not trying to brag, but I'm all muscle, so I wouldn't make a tasty meal. Me too. I'm not delicious either. All this flab would be terrible for a monster's health. See, it's not a lobster, it says killer crab. In the ocean. An explosion, yeah. Can I reach that one? I cannot. Okay. One down. Thank God there's a healing station nearby. Left it at 1 HP again. Well, let Joshua get more craft points. You're safe now, guys. Thank you for coming when you did. Oh man, for a minute there, I thought I'd never be able to sit down for another meal again. This is no time to feel relieved. We need to evacuate this place. Any more lollygagging, and you're going to be sitting in the belly of one of these monsters. Yes, boss. Wait for me. Alright, let's go heal. Nope, not gonna ambush me. I wish you could move and then attack, so you could control where you're attacking from. Ha! Miss. One HP left, come on.
That's that then. Let's move out.
After that, let's heal. Oh, goddamn PS4. Hang on. I knew there were more. Things weren't supposed to go like this. I don't want to die. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Help! What? We've still got another one down here. We better hurry and rescue him. Get double sepid from hitting this thing twice. Seems like it. Oh yeah, the miner has strength up. Real useful. Let's build up some, what's it? Oh, I got Sepith from that. Nice.
Alright, we're good to
Let's see how
go.
much Sepith I got from that. A lot. Nice. Oh man, you kids saved my skin. Don't worry, you're safe now. A handful of monsters are no match for the likes of a bracer. Did you say bracers? What are you doing in a place like this? By the soot on my boots, you're the new recruit from yesterday. Why on earth are you digging down here in the lower tunnels? I was hoping to get a glimpse of how all you veteran miners work down here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you totally weren't going for the Septium Crystal we now have. When suddenly the wall collapsed and a flood of monsters came in from the other side. So we've got ourselves a veritable nest of monsters now, huh? Looks like you guessed right, kid. So it seems. The area up ahead is dangerous. It's swarming with monsters. Anyway, I'm out of here. Oh wow, he can book it. Would you look at him run? He must have been really scared. I bet. Alright, we're probably about to face a boss, so let's save. Hey, where are you going? That way leads to the monster den. The bedrock is also still unstable, so how about we do ourselves a favor and keep away from there? It certainly doesn't look that safe either. Alright, let's turn back. Alright, fair enough.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Did we find everybody? Yes, that should be everyone. Alright then, let's get out of here ourselves. Are you alright, boss? I'm sure glad you're safe. You can thank these kids for that. By the way, is everyone accounted for? Yep, everyone's here. Well, except for the new guy who took off like a bat out of hell. The poor guy must have wet himself scared. I see. Well, I hope he doesn't give up on being a miner after this. I'll bet he isn't a miner at all. Anyway, there's a high possibility that there are monsters still in the lower tunnels. Until we can confirm that it's safe, I don't want anyone using the elevator. You hear me? That was a huge miscalculation on my part. I never expected monsters to surface or bracers to show up. I guess I just have to report the truth about everything that happened. Who are you working for? I apologize for getting you involved in more than your fair share of work today. I'll get in touch with the guild a little later on to make sure you two are compensated fairly. Don't sweat it. We just did what anyone would have done in our position. And besides, it's all a part of our training to become full-fledged bracers. By the way, what do you intend to do about the lower tunnels? I don't know, but we'll figure out some way to deal with it. There's always the option of sealing off the monster den with some explosives. As a heads up, I may ask the guild for help if we run into any other serious trouble. Sure, you can count on us. And we'll make sure this crystal gets to the mayor as intended. You did make sure that you didn't drop it, right, Estelle? How rude. I'm not that careless. Look, it's right... You didn't. Oh, do we have to go back down and fight the monster den then? You lost it? Psych, I've got it right here. Let's go make that delivery, shall we? You are unbelievable. Young lady, those are the kind of words that'll give an old man like me a heart attack. I sincerely apologize for getting you all wrapped up in this. But it's strange. The bedrock shouldn't have been weak like that. Alright, back we go. Oh. Got ambushed by a bug. Oh, surprise attack, so we can't run. Can we run? Let's find out if we can run. We can run from a surprise attack. It just gives me... It just gives the enemies, Oh, god damn it. It attacked me again. It just gives the enemies a first strike. We've got a quest to train with some soldiers off to the west, but that's the only one left. Am I about to hit a point of no return with that? Keeping track of what quests have and haven't been done. Gotcha. Let's upgrade our ordnance. Need 50 for Estelle. 50 for Joshua. Let's give Estelle a new quartz slot. Let's give her plus defense. Oh, hey, you're new. Oh, you've got a portrait. Oh, you're one of the ones in the opening cinematic. Wow, how cute is this? Oh, right, I gotta turn it into Klaus, not the Bracer Guild. Ooh, what's in here? I haven't gone in here. The cook, in a maid outfit. Right now, the mayor's in his study with a visitor. If you've got business with the mayor, then please be quiet when you enter. That should be interesting. I see. I would never have imagined that the clock tower had such an anecdote to go with it. I'm totally blown away after hearing that. Can I hear it? With war, it's easy to speak of tragedy. But I think what's important is the strength to overcome the pain and establish peace. Peace. Well, who do we have here? We've come to deliver the object you requested. Did we catch you in the middle of something? Oh, Estelle and Joshua, you're no trouble at all. In fact, you've come at a good time. Let me introduce you to my guest. This is Josette. She's a student at the Genus Royal Academy. The Genus Royal Academy? I've heard of it before. It's a boarding school for higher education in the Rouen region, right? Yes, that's right. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Josette Haar. I'm Estelle. It's nice to meet you, Josette. You can call me Joshua. The two of them are actually bracers. I had asked them to do a personal job for me. Bracers? You mean the proud knights of freedom who love peace above all else and do not succumb to any power? Oh, a fangirl. Gotcha. This is such an inspiring moment. I never thought I'd run into any real bracers. The inspiring part sounds a little much. By the way, is it all right if I just call you Josette? Yes, please do. So why did you come to Roland? Are you a friend of the mayor's? No, today is actually the first time we've ever met. I'm researching the important cultural assets of each region as a part of my independent studies. And although I thought he might be busy, I've been lucky enough to get an audience with the mayor. You're really serious about your studies, aren't you? The exact opposite of me. Maybe we're intruding a bit, huh? No, I've already asked the mayor enough questions. Instead, maybe it is I who am in the way. Don't be silly. It's not like that at all. Estelle, this is a great opportunity. So how about showing her what you've brought with you? Sure. Hold on a second. Oh my word! That's Septium, right? What a wonderful glow it gives off. Yes, and its size is impressive too. This is indeed a gift worthy of expressing the appreciation of all Roland citizens. A gift? Worthy of expressing our appreciation? I see. So this is a gift for the Queen's anniversary. You're sharp, Joshua. I intend to send an engraved ornament using this to the Queen, as a token of Roland citizens' appreciation for Her Majesty, who will be turning 60 years old. So it's a present for the Queen. How delightful. We, as citizens of Liberal, owe Her Majesty a great debt for all she has done for us. In fact, the reason why we can use an airliner with such ease is because of the support of the royal family. I've even heard that the Bracer Guild in Liberal has received support from the royal family. We do owe her a great deal of gratitude. Wow, that's pretty amazing. And can you believe it, Joshua? We carried a present for the Queen with these very hands. And what's more, you ran around with it in those hands like a wild maniac. You weren't supposed to tell anyone. I wouldn't have imagined anything less from you, Estelle. You guys. Here you go, Mayor Klaus. It has been faithfully delivered. And now it's out of our hands, so we can't break it anymore. Thank you very much. And as a matter of precaution, that is not going to stay in that safe. Okay, it'll be safe in there. Now, all that's left is to have Melder's Orbital Factory finish up the engraving on its ornament. I can't wait to see what it'll look like when it's done. Don't hog it all to yourself when you do. Let me see it too when it's finished, okay? It's too bad I won't be here to see it for myself. But today I was lucky enough to speak with the mayor and see something as beautiful as that. How shall I ever thank you? Don't mention it. This is all part of my job as a mayor. Thank you for everything. But I think it's time for me to say goodbye. I think we should be going ourselves. Agreed. Have a nice day, Mayor Klaus. Yourselves as well. So, you're heading home tomorrow on the airliner, are you? Yes, that's right. School's about to begin. I see. So you used your school vacation time to come here. That's too bad. We could have made great friends. I hope we can meet again sometime. There's nothing I would like more. Please, have a wonderful day, Estelle, Joshua. What a nice girl. For looking like someone from a rich family, she wasn't snooty at all. Yeah. Joshua? Oh, could I be correct in assuming that she's your type? What? What are you talking about? You're blushing. I'm really surprised. I had no idea you were into the rich girl type. We'll have to get some pickup lines ready for the next time you meet. Oh, Estelle the wingman. Not sure she's going to be a great wingman, but still. Quit getting all excited about nothing. Especially when you have no idea what others are thinking. Huh? Just never mind. Anyway, let's report to the guild. The next job we're doing for Dad will be the last one. Oh, right. Alright, let's get pumped and knock this last one out. Good work. It looks like you ran into a bit of trouble at the mine, though, huh? Huh? How'd you know? I got a call from the mine. They said that they were incredibly grateful to the both of you. Oh, they have phones in this universe? Huh. Now, how about you give me a report of what happened? Okay, then. This is what happened. $1,500 Mira and 4 BP. Nice. Your rank is Junior Bracer 8th class. Very nice. It looks like you did much more than anyone was expecting from you. Dealing with unexpected accidents is also a part of our mission as bracers. I hope to see more great things from you in the future. You just leave that to us. Well, you don't have to worry about Estelle missing anything, since her nose is always in everything. Yeah, what he said. Hey, why are you saying that I'm super nosy like that? Because you are. Your skills lie in being direct, nosy, and naive, right? Isn't that being a bit harsh, Joshua? Are you sure about that? All right, that's enough, you two. Okay, this is the last of the jobs you'll be doing for Cassius. You've heard of the Liberal News, right? You'll be cooperating with them to get some coverage for a news story. Isn't that the name of the news magazine we bought the other day? What are the chances of that happening? When you say cooperating with them to get some coverage, just exactly what does that entail? It seems that they're looking for a skilled guide because they want to get some shots of a dangerous place. You'll need to ask the reporters directly for the details. The reporter and camera woman from the news service are staying at the Hotel Roland. Here's a referral from the guild. Alright, how about we get over to the hotel and talk to these people? Good idea. Let's go. Oh yeah. Do I still have the Liberal News? I do not have the Liberal News. Let's go buy a Liberal News Chapter 1 and read it. Because I gave that to Dad. Poison, Seal, and Blind. Let's buy 2 of those. Buy a Reviving Balm. Here's Mute. $100 EP for EP charge. Yeah, let's read it. A milestone anniversary. The half-year countdown to Her Majesty Queen Alicia's 60th birthday celebration has begun. This has been a banner year for Her Royal Highness, sparking more anticipation than this event has ever seen before. But we must not forget, too, that this year is the 10th since the 100 Days' War, a period of intense turmoil for all of Liberal. As we celebrate, let us also reflect on the tragedies of the past, so that we may refrain from ever reliving them in the future. We have been afforded this luxury of hindsight, and we must use it to its fullest. Preparations underway in the royal city. Main Street is filled with the bustle of men and women furiously preparing decor and merchandise for the upcoming festivities, and developing new products specifically for sale during the celebration. The competition is truly cutthroat. I yearn for my customers' taste buds to sing with delight, says Miss Sorbet, local ice cream purveyor who deals her wares in the city's East Block. Sadly, her new menu... I've already read this. Why? Did I read that before I gave it to Cassius? Huh. I've already read that. Alright, to the hotel. Yeah, to the hotel. Well, good afternoon, Estelle and Joshua. Did you by any chance come for a visit? Would you like a spot of tea? Oh, I can't have tea with her. That's a shame. Next is the Bose region for us. Speaking of Bose, the Bose market is what I'm most looking forward to. I hear there are a lot of rare items from the Empire displayed in the stores. I've been stashing money away in anticipation of this day. Preparation is a go, shopping spirit is a go, and loads of money in the wallet is a go! Onward to the Bose market we go. Are you the reporter? We're scheduled to head to Bose on the next airliner. It looks like there have been a number of incidents going on in Bose recently, so I'm a bit worried. Okay, you guys are not the reporters. Hotel Roland, right? Available from the client at the Hotel Roland. You know? Vern, I was wondering if I could ask you something. Is it true that the people from the magazine company are staying here? Well, you're certainly right about that. Did you have some business with them? Actually, we're here representing the guild to cooperate with them on getting a story. Really? Is that so? Then I regret to inform you that the both of them are out at the moment. Oh. Well, do you know where they went? The reporter fellow said something about heading over to the bar. How about you try asking there? The bar. Got it. Thanks. We appreciate the help. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the voice delay before this stream. I keep forgetting to do that. Nope. Melder's Orbital Factory. This is the bar. Huh? Who are you kids supposed to be? Are you perhaps the reporter from the Liberal News? That's right, but how do you know that? I like getting the scoop on things, but I hate it when people try and pry into my life. What business do you have with me? We're here representing the Bracer Guild. We were told that you had requested an escort. Oh, so you finally come, have you? I've been waiting forever for you guys to show up. So, where's Cassius Bright? Well, the thing is, he had another job come up. So he's not even in Roland. What? I came all the way here so I could get a story on this famous bracer. Oh, the story was about Cassius? Crap. What a waste this trip turned out to be. I don't get what you're so disappointed about, but there's no need to get your boxers in a bunch. We've got you covered. I guess I don't have much of a choice. You'll have to do. Wait, what did you just say? Don't get your boxers in a bunch? No, the "we've got you covered" part. What do you mean by that? It's just like Joshua said, we're your representative bracers. Oh, and here's our referral. Hey, this has got to be some kind of bad joke. Are you trying to tell me that you little brats are bracers? Yes, get used to it. And get over it. Brats? Is that how you're supposed to address a lady? What do you mean, lady? There's nothing sexy about you in that outfit. Not what she meant, dude. If you don't like my assessment, then how about slipping into a skirt and acting like all the other girls your age? Alright, I really don't like this guy. This clothing is specifically designed for those who wield a staff. This looks like a skirt, too. Are you blind? You're such a rude old man. Who are you calling an old man? I'm still in my 20s, damn it. Getting back to business, sir. The fact is that we were dispatched by the guild. I'd be more than happy to introduce you to someone else, but I don't know when they'll be free. I can't extend the deadline any longer. I guess I've got no other alternative. All right, rejoice, you kids. I'm going to leave this up to you. What a generous old man you are. Easy, Estelle. I'm Joshua. This here is Estelle. And you are? I'm Niall Burns, ace reporter for the Liberal News. No, we won't be working long together. I hope you'll do a good job. I'll be grateful when this is all over, too. By the way, where is it exactly that you want us to guide you to? The way I see it, you need a trusty guide because you're headed somewhere dangerous, right? Right. My destination is the Ismailis Tower. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Ha! That's it? Not only have we heard of it, but we were there on a job not that long ago. Well, this may just work out after all. So, what I really want you to do is guide us to the tower roof. I want to get a picture for the magazine. Well, aren't you the thrill seeker? By us, do you mean that someone else is coming along too? Yeah, I've got my camera woman with me. She said something about her orbital camera not working right, so she took off to the orbital factory. Oh, that's who that was. But she should have been back by now. If you're in a hurry, then wouldn't it be a good idea to head over there now? No doubt you're going to take off to get your story once you meet up with your partner, right? Yeah, that's true. All right then, let's head straight to the tower once we pick up my partner from the orbital factory. Oh, party member absorbed, so we can't go out of town to do the training exercise now. Damn. Wait, anything but that? I'll do anything you ask. Just please, give me back my camera. It's worth more to me than my life. This is a problem. What should I do about this, Dad? You're the one who took the job, so you're the one who has to deal with it. What's all the fuss about? Could this person be... That's her, all right. Hey, Dorothy, how long are you going to keep me waiting? Niall, you came just at the right time. Please, help me out here. What did you do this time? You didn't waste all your money, so now you don't have enough for repairs, did you? That's amazing. How did you guess? Are you like a clairvoyant or something? When you do the same thing that many times, even an idiot would know what's going on. Do you know this person? I'm sorry to ask this, but can I get you to repay the repair costs? Fine, but I'll need you to write it off as a business expense. How much? Let's see. The decorative clock and the repairs together are 2,000 mira. Hold on. I can understand the repairs, but what's the deal with the decorative clock? Well, I was looking around the store while he was doing the repairs, and I saw a pretty clock, and when I picked it up, it broke. But I'm glad we can write it off as a business expense. How wonderful is that? That kind of amount is not going to be covered. Crap. Looks like I'm going to have to pay out of my own pocket and get my money back later. Here's your 2,000 mira. And this is your receipt. This is an unbelievably awkward combination if I've ever seen one. No doubt about that. But does the fact that he'll pay out of his pocket for someone means he's probably nice to work under? I can't imagine he is. Sorry to keep you waiting, kids. Had to take care of a little trouble. Who are these kids, Niall? They're the bracers who will be acting as our escorts and guides. They'll be taking the place of Cassius Bright, with whom we'd originally made arrangements. These young kids are... I'm Estelle. It's nice to meet you. And I'm Joshua. So it's Estelle and Joshua, is it? You may be young, but you seem reliable. I'm not sure you're a great judge of character, but we are, yes. I'm Dorothy Hyatt. We're Joshua and Estelle Bright, just FYI. I'm the new camerawoman for the Liberal News. At the moment, I'm training under Niall. Why'd I get stuck babysitting this blockhead of a girl? You missed us meeting Niall and not liking him very much. That damn editor-in-chief. Relax, relax. Something good will come out of all this soon enough. You're one to talk. Never mind. Just forget it. Now that we've got everyone together, how about we go and get our story? Our destination is the Ismailis Tower, right? Alright, let's go. Right on. Not new party members. How much HP does she have right now? She got 50 extra EP from opening that orb slot? Damn. Let's heal. Let's go into the sewers to heal. Let's save. West Ismailis Tower. Awesome. Oh, damn it. Alright, so we do have to protect them. Wow, this tower is really tall. I wonder how many floors it has. The last time we were here, we only made it as far as the second floor. But judging from the scale, I'd say it probably has about 5 or 6. It should be 5. At least that's what it said in the book at home. It was investigated some time ago, but it looks like it was abandoned after that. That reminds me, it seems like there are a number of other towers like this in Liberal. That's correct. There are towers similar to this one in the Bose, Bruon, and Zeiss regions. Definitely sounds important. I wonder what we're going to find in this tower. Probably some plot hook. They all seem to have been built around the time that the Liberal Kingdom was founded. Is that so? I think I'm starting to feel the history already. My job this time is to uncover the truth about them. Dorothy, get me a few long-angle shots of this place. Sure. Here we go. Amazing. Is a photographer's personality supposed to change by taking a camera in their hands like that? She certainly looks like a pro. She passed out. What? Ow. That really hurts, Niall. This happens every time you try to take a picture like that. Quit trying to act professional and just get me a shot using your usual style. I guess I shouldn't try to tone down my style just to look good. Well, I guess I'll have to do it in my own way. Oh, looking good, looking good. That's what I call sexy and cute? Here we go, say cheese. I don't get it. Why is she doing that when she's not taking photos of a person? It's a small timescale quest that expires after we've trekked to the tower. Oh, I didn't check the quest board. Crap, and I saved. Should I back out and go do that? Do you want me to load save and go do that? Might be able to go for it right now. All right. I don't get it. Why is she doing that when she's not taking photos of a person? Somehow it seems natural for her. She says that she can see the expression of the scenery, whatever that's supposed to mean. And believe it or not, she takes some pretty breathtaking pictures acting all ridiculous like that. I guess it could be considered a type of genius. The kind that's borderline insane, though. Wow, people are sure never what they seem to be. Okay, I'm all done here. Alright then, let's get inside. We're headed for the roof. I'm counting on you two greenhorns. You just leave it to us. We won't let any monsters lay a single paw on you. Please, make sure to keep close behind us. But in battle, stay far away from us. Alright, do I pick it up from the Bracers Guild? Oh, the soldier training has failed. Damn. Lost kitten. Look for my lost kitten. Please meet me on the Cafe Terrace. Police Highway Monster. Term long, okay. Ferocious monster known as a rhinociter has been spotted roving the Elise Highway. Racers from this branch are requested to deal with this threat immediately. Really safe to do the soldiers. Files, load. Let's save over the second slot and load the first slot. Nope, it expired. Damn. Damn, I can't do the soldier training. Alright, let's find the kitten. Cafe balcony. This is a tavern, not the cafe. What's up, Jojo? Oh, that is the cafe. Cafe terrace, not balcony. What am I ever to do? I hope those bracers will show up sometime soon. Did I hear you say you're looking for a couple of bracers? Yes, that's right. Does this mean that you are they? It sure does. Even that handsome young man, too. That's right, myself included. Well, well, what a pleasant surprise this is. There certainly seem to be a lot of people with the name Bracer these days. Does this mean that you are brother and sister or something like that? You know, that's got to be it. When people have the same name, it usually means they're family. Well, I guess that's kind of how it is for us. Estelle, I think this lady has no idea what bracers are. She seems to have mistaken the word bracer for somebody's name. You can't be serious. May I ask what the two of you are whispering to each other about? It'll be a pain to explain all of this to her, so let's just go along with what she says. I'll try. You seem to be troubled over something, ma'am. My goodness, for such a cute little dumpling, you catch on quick. He doesn't look stupid. Young boys are so considerate. All right, don't flirt with the 16-year-old. Hey, are you really distressed, or are you just trying to flirt with someone who's way too young for you? Oh, that's right. I am so distressed. My little Errol hasn't come home. I carelessly dozed off here at the cafe, and she vanished. And who is Errol, exactly? My little kitten. Oh, she's so snuggly-wuggly. Oh, and if I might add, it's not just her face that's so cute, it's her personality as well. What's the color of your kitten's fur? Let me think for a moment. You don't know off the top of your head? Maybe it's like the color of the evening sun in autumn, shining down upon a field of wheat. So it's tan-ish? I think she's just out running around somewhere. So, if you find her, please bring her back. Understood. We'll start by looking for her outdoors. If we find her, we'll come back and report to you. I'll be waiting right here for you. Good luck, Mr. and Miss Bracer. So I gotta find the kitten? I have no hints. I just gotta find the kitten. To prevent me wandering blindly for the next 10 minutes. Oh, nope, never mind. Cutscene. Look! A weirdly shaped cat. Joshua, is that cat? It looks like the one that lady was looking for. I'm certain that's the one. We'd better hurry and catch it. Alright, it went this way. Oh wait, we're just supposed to tell her if we see it? No, we're supposed to tell her if we catch it. Do you see a kids see a kitty? Look, it's that cat again. Get back here. This is just like back at the Purzel farm. It's Seems like we're doing a lot of chasing these days. Kitty did not go down into the sewer. There's that cat again. Estelle, wait a minute. Maybe that kitten is trying to... Oh no, it's getting away. It went towards the chapel. Let's hurry and catch it. Here we go again. Oh, there's the mare. There's nowhere left to run, little kitty. It's time to be caught. Oh, don't jump down. Be a good kitty and surrender. Stay right there like that and... Estelle, don't corner her like that. What do you intend to tell her owner if she takes a dive off the terrace? I know that, but it's not like there's any other way to catch her. Come here, Errol. That's right, this way. I'm sorry the big bad Estelle scared you like that. Jerk. Come on, let's go back and see your owner. Aw, little kitty noises. That's a good girl, Errol. Alright, let's go. Your owner's waiting for you. And that's pretty much everything that happened. I'm pretty sure that Errol was on her way back to see you from the beginning. Each time we saw her, she had been walking toward the cafe. Now that you mention it, that does seem like what happened. There's a chance that because of us, she ended up coming back this late. Oh, don't be silly. You two brought her back safe and sound. I'm really grateful to the both of you. But especially you, Mr. Bracer. You are just the cat's meow. I'll take that as a compliment. You're blushing, Joshua. I'd sure like to put a collar on you. Then you'd be perfect. Okay, time to leave, Joshua. I apologize, but we're going to need to get back and report to the guild. Have a nice day. See you later. Oh, yes, I hope to be seeing a lot more of Mr. Bracer. Alright, what is the other quest? It's a long-term quest. To go south, but we can't go there now. Let's turn in the kitten quest. Yeah, if I tried to load the second file, it would have taken me back to the start of the stream, and I would have had to do an hour and a half of gameplay all over again. So I wasn't going to do that. I'll try to be better about my save files from now on. In we go. This is abandoned. Why is there wooden scaffolding? paths here. Let's try this one first. Hello. Let's murderize you. 3 of them. Slug? Snail things? What are you? Coral shell. Weak to fire. $276. Damn, nice. Oh, is it weak to melee? It looks simply marvelous. Oh. Did she just debuff it with blindness? That's awesome. Alright, so she's pretty useful. Got it.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Oh, we're about to hit level 8. Nice. Okay, so they're just weak to melee damage. Alright.
Alright, we're good to go.
Hey, level 8! Stellar Hurricane. Alright, floor 3. You're new. Little fish thing? Weird sperm monster?
Good to go.
Oh, gave me no EXP. Alright. Excuse me. Oh, nice crit. Oh, don't miss. I need you to build up CP.
Alright, we're good to go.
And he's level 8 too. Awesome. Need red Sepith now. Try out that hurricane craft. Alright, I'll do that in a minute. Oh, what are these little guys? They're very fast, apparently. They probably evade. Or not. I need 30 points. Oh, it's an AoE. Cool. Oh, that's a big AoE. Nice.
All right, we're good to go.
Alright, before I continue, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Yeah, it's useful that it goes by the tiling system. It's blocked off. Let's see what's over there. Oh, we can't. Alright. Let's see what's over there. If it's not just a dead end. Oh. That's a dead end too. Alright. Tear bomb, nice. You already got the treasure. Don't be greedy. Not gonna bother with the little sperm. Oh, she missed. Oh well. That's some nice Sepith. Damn, that is a lot of Sepith. Knitted shoes. You already took everything it had to offer. What more do you want? Knitted shoes. That's +7. Move +1. Ooh. Need that on Estelle. Nice. That's the stairs up. Oh, damn it. And we got surprise attacked. Oh, we're all in a cluster, so they can attack. 51 damage. 51 damage. Holy shit. Yep, run away. Run away. Holy shit. Oh, that's bad. That is very bad. Okay, good. Attack Estelle. Okay. Don't let them ambush us again.
All right, we're good to go.
3 EXP my ass. Come on. Can I not use it on... Can I not use it on our allies? There are 2 stairs up. Okay. Oh, they auto-heal. Okay, thank God. This thing's fast. Damn.
Good to go.
Let's go up this one. See what we can see. This one just leads to a treasure chest. Monsters appeared. Oh no. What are these? 200 HP. Oh, this thing is not taking a lot of damage. These things look like they're Earth element type. Let's... Hard to use arts. Oh no. Oh, they're being targeted. Self-destruct! Oh, no. Oh, and he'll, his attack will go off when it's a buff. Alright, Art here. Oh, I forgot about the cast time on the healing spell. Oh, thank God it went off. Right, they just take a turn for that. Oh, they're both targeting him. Damn. Oh, thank God it's targeting Joshua. Alright, one down. Or two down, I guess. Oh, that was scary.
That's that then. Let's move out.
21 EXP? Oh my God, that's a lot. That is a lot of Sepith. God damn, nice. 10 staff. Okay, first off. Strength 10. Nice. Alright, well, we're going to save after that. Apparently, someone already looted this chest. Now, who could that be? I turned around and they gave me a surprise. Okay, at least there's only one of them. Alright, now to the other door. Damn it, I walked into it. It was +3 strength above the one I was using. Good Lord. We are going to have to heal after this.
That's that then. Let's move out.
I hate that they give so little EXP. Like, they're dangerous. We need to start conserving Estelle's MP. Potluck in a shell. Is that a healing item? Potluck in a shell. Heals 50 HP, cures KO. Ooh. We got surprised. Oh, God. I walked into the back of that thing. Oh, it absorbed empty. Oh, no. Oh, no. Tree? A tree in here? That's broken. Ismailis Tower roof. Ooh, what is that platform? Wow, it's bright out here. It looks like we finally made it to the rooftop. Would you look at the beautiful scenery? Now, this is something else. It looks like we'll be able to get a better shot than I had originally anticipated. And that's the thing I was telling you about earlier. I wonder what that's supposed to be exactly. It looks like a giant orbment-operated cauldron, if you ask me. According to my sources, it's some sort of ancient device. Yeah, no shit, Niall. Although, nobody seems to know what exactly it's used for. Hey, Joshua, did you know something like this was up here? Joshua? It's no use hiding. I think it would be wise to come out where we can see you. Huh? Please don't hurt me. I'll come out already. I'm coming out right now. Who's this? Who's this guy? So, somebody arrived before we did, huh? What a surprise that was. Nice find, Joshua. And you are? I apologize. Please forgive me. I'll give you every last mirror I have. Please, spare my life. Look here, buddy. Please, don't mistake us for robbers or something weird. You do recognize this emblem, don't you? Estelle showed the man her guild emblem. Wait, isn't that the Bracer Guild's? So, you're trying to tell me that you're bracers? In the flesh. I'm Estelle, and this is Joshua. And we're here as reporters from the Liberal News. We're having these two provide our escort so we can get coverage on the tower. I'm relieved to hear that. Please, just don't ever scare me like that again. The fact that you came up here like that made me suspicious of you all. Look who's talking. You seem like quite the suspicious fellow yourself. Do you mind telling us who you are exactly? I apologize for my belated introduction. My name is Alba, and I am an archaeologist. I came to investigate the tower in order to further my research of ancient civilizations. Must be funky to be an archaeologist in a world where there's more advanced technology that you're studying than exists around you. All alone? I'm surprised you made it here in one piece. Somewhat. But actually, I've grown accustomed to investigating ruins like these. You see, I've got a lot of confidence in my ability to flee from monsters if need be. Although this time I found myself in a bit of a pickle. You are one crazy scholar if you ask me. However, being an archaeologist would mean that you're familiar with the tower's origins, right? Well, more than the average person anyway. But since I have only just begun my investigation, there are still a lot of things I don't know myself. That's fine, but is there anything interesting you could tell us about this place? It'll be used for an article. Let's see. Has everyone heard of the Septarians before? I think Father Divine maybe said something about that before. I don't know anything about it. Explain. You mean the 7 treasures endowed with power and bestowed upon the ancients by Idios, right? That's exactly what I'm referring to. It seems these ancients ruled the earth, seas, and skies using the powers of these treasures. It has also been written that they were even able to unlock the secrets of time and life. Approximately 1,200 years ago, when this ancient civilization was destroyed by a mysterious calamity, these Septarians were also lost. That is the legend also recorded in the scriptures of the Septium Church. But what does that have to do with this tower? A part of the legend states that one of these Septarians slumbers somewhere within Liberal. Its name? The Aureole. The Aureole? The word certainly has a strange ring to it. Do you want to explain to Estelle what an areola is? Because I'm not sure I want to. If the legend is really true, I figured I might be able to find some clues here at the tower, since it's one of the oldest ruins in all of Liberal. So I came out to investigate the local nipples. Oh, what an inspiring story. It is, isn't it? You can feel my passion for things of antiquity, right? This is splendid. I am overjoyed that there is someone else who understands the way I feel. So, did you find any of those clues you were looking for? I'm still working on that part. But if I can figure out how this device works, I might be onto something. I think it's an interesting story, but as it stands, it's a speculative one. From what you've told me, I'm sorry to say it wouldn't fly as an article. I see. That's extremely disappointing to hear. I'm surprised myself. Contrary to my expectations, you are serious about the articles you write. That's because I can't write articles based on uncertain news sources. We may run the occasional gossip column, but it's the policy of the liberal news to verify our information. That aside, let's get what we came here for, shall we? Dorothy, I want you to get several panorama shots of the Roland region. Everything else I'll leave up to your aesthetic touch. Now, get out there and get me some good pictures. Understood. Your apprentice, Dorothy Hyatt, is ready for action. And as for you, Mr. Archaeologist, how about heading back to town with us when we're done here? These 2 kids may look like a couple of brats, but they do a pretty fine job as escorts. Really? Because we were letting you get hurt like crazy. Something about the way you said that makes me feel like it wasn't a compliment. If it's alright with you to have me along, then that's far more than I could ask for. Then I guess it's decided. So, how about we take a break until Dorothy finishes getting her shots? That is a good view, damn. Wow, the view is great from here. From this height, I can see all of Roland. With scenery this good, if someone turned this place into a tourist spot, they'd probably make a boatload of Mira. They'd have to clear out the monsters first, though. Yeah, you're probably right about that. What's wrong? You look a little pale. I can't hide anything from you, can I? After we stepped onto the roof, I just started feeling a little woozy. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, I think I'll be alright once I get a bit of fresh air. We're up here. This is the freshest air you can get here. Why don't you make the best of this opportunity and have a look around yourself? Maybe you'll find the nipples that scientist was looking for. But broadening one's knowledge during a time like this is all a part of being a bracer. If you come across anything of interest, then you can tell me about it later, alright? Sometimes you can be such a smooth talker, you know that? Alright, I'll have a look around. But if you start feeling any worse, you let me know, okay? Sure. How are you feeling, Joshua? I'm still a bit woozy. I'll be resting here a little longer, so why don't you keep on looking around? Okay, if you insist. I can't turn the camera. Oh, Estelle, this place is wonderful, isn't it? I'm even starting to wonder if the number of photo quartz is going to be enough. The scenery sure is great, like you say. By the way, what's a photo quartz? It's an ultra-thin crystal circuit fabricated from Septium. It's set up so that you can take a photograph by burning it with light. That's just what I'd expect from a camera woman. Camera woman? Someone who knows the tools of the trade. She's also a camera nerd, Estelle. That reminds me, what's the deal with Joshua? Well, he says he's getting some fresh air. A raven-haired young man standing silently in the flowing breeze. Take a picture. I think I could take a really good picture with that kind of a setting. Do you think he'd let me snap a shot of him if I asked? He doesn't seem to be a fan of that kind of stuff. I think he'd probably turn you down. Oh, what a waste. He's probably just shy, right? Oh, maybe. And Niall. We'll save the scientist for last. Oh, man, the taste of a cigarette is wonderful. Oh, it's a gross habit, man. At first, I wasn't in the mood to come do a story in a rural place like Roland, but sometimes these types of places aren't so bad. If you want to be rude like that, then maybe you shouldn't have come at all. No can do. This was a direct order from the editor-in-chief to teach that blockhead girl a thing or two. Otherwise, I'd be all over the kingdom searching for the latest scoop right now. When you say scoop, don't you just mean gossip for your next article? Not that I have anything against gossip, but reportage is predominantly greater. And in that sense, the place that has my interest piqued is Bose. The Bose region? Did something happen there? A number of large burglaries have taken place, one after another. The identity of the criminals is unknown, but it seems as though the group has got a pair of wings. Wings? Oh, an airship. Wings? Oh, I see. An airship, right? What are they? Sky bandits or something? That seems to be the most logical conclusion. But there's also the possibility that this could be an imitative deception by the Erebonian Empire. What? That's impossible. We're supposed to have a peace treaty with them. Sure, but the Empire incurred some heavy losses during the war 10 years ago. They can't do much now that every other nation on the continent has their eye on them, but it could be a way to get back at us. That said, nobody really knows for sure, which is why our job as reporters is to bring these things to light. Alright, scientist man, what have you got for me? Found that nipple yet? Oh my god, we're phased inside each other. Oh, hi there. Estelle, was it? Is your partner feeling alright? Yeah, he said he just wants to get a bit of fresh air. I see. There's certainly a nice breeze up here, isn't there? I wanted to say, however, that I'm impressed that the both of you are bracers at such a young age. If I remember correctly, one must be at least 16 years of age to qualify to become a bracer, right? Yes, are you saying we look lower than 16? You sure know your stuff. And that's right, I'm exactly 16 myself. How nice it is to be young. There are limitless possibilities at that age. If I were about 10 years younger, I'd solve the mysteries of all these ancient ruins across the entire continent with these very hands. How old are you? You look like you're in your 20s. The entire continent, huh? That's a pretty tall order. Which means that you're not from Liberal, right? No, I was born in the north. But just for the record, I'm not from Erebonia. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Although I hate war with a passion, that hatred isn't directed at the people of the Empire. You lost someone dear to you? Yeah, my mother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up any painful memories. It's okay. It happened more than 10 years ago. And since then, there's been a new addition to the family. Oh, so you mean that boy over there? Yeah, he's like a little brother. Although he's probably trying to act more like an older brother. I wonder why I'm telling you all of this. Usually, this isn't the kind of thing a person tells others. Well, he's got an accepting smile. It's perfectly fine. Aren't good relations such a wonderful thing? I'm trapped inside him. Oh no! Help! Okay. Alright, before I progress, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to take a quick break to have a snack. So I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I have pizza bites fresh from the microwave, so I'm going to let those cool and then I'll eat. You going to pass out, Joshua? Are you still feeling sick, Joshua? No, I'm much better. I should be good to head back whenever everybody's ready. Why is there a black bar on the left? I'm relieved to hear that. What brought this all on, anyway? I doubt it was a lack of oxygen in the tower, because the rest of us are all right. Maybe it was a sudden fear of heights? I don't think so. Estelle, Joshua! Are you finished taking pictures? You bet I am, and I got a lot of good ones, too. Then it looks like we're done here. How about we head back to town? Alright, greenhorns, lead the way. Oh, do we have to walk back down to the bottom? I'm counting on you, children. Oh, okay, we just teleport back. Good. Thank you so much for escorting me back here. This is the first time I've ever been able to make it back from some ruins without being chased or bitten or... I don't know how to begin to express my appreciation. You don't need to thank us. It's our duty as bracers. I think you'd be better off hiring some bracers to begin with next time you go off to investigate some ruins. My head says yes, but my wallet says no. I'll try and save up a bit, though. Well, have a wonderful day, and I hope we can all meet again. I think it's about time we said goodbye as well. I was a bit nervous at first, but you kids did a fine job. Let me just say thank you to the both of you. That's what I like to call raw skill. Now don't get all cocky on me. The bracers I know would make you two look like little fledglings, not ready to leave the nest. You're going to need to work harder. I'll try to remember that. So, are the two of you headed back to the company soon? Nah, we're going to spend a day or so relaxing here in Roland. I need to write up a rough draft for some articles and such. I'll head over to the Orbital factory and get these photographs developed. Take it easy, you two. They're fun characters. I wonder when we're going to see them again. I guess this is the last of the jobs we got from Dad. They were much tougher than I thought they'd be. I agree with you there. I feel like I have a greater awareness now about what it means to be a bracer. It's not just about fighting for justice. The bracers I knew wouldn't have let me get hit in the face so much. There you go again, saying all the right things. But, yeah, I guess I get where you're coming from. It seems like we've got a long road ahead of us if we want to succeed in this profession. For the time being, why don't we report to the guild? That sounds like a good idea. Oh, but before we go, how are you doing? Still not feeling well? Thanks for asking, but I'm feeling a lot better. Is that a shiny in the tree? I thought I saw something shining. To the guild! Oh, I've got a short-term Elise Highway monster. Maybe I should just go do that. Let's save. This is the Elise Highway, right? Some kind of rhino thing. Aha! 500 HP. I guess we'll get a crit off of this. $328. Nice. And 96 damage ain't bad. One HP, come on.
Piece of cake.
Much easier than the one that fucking explodes. Back we go. Oh, Charizard. Oh, Estelle and Joshua. Shara, what are you doing here? This is a rare occasion. You're usually out and about. I just finished the jobs I took over for your father, and I was reporting to the guild. So, you finished your load too, huh? Somehow or other, I guess. I heard from Ida that you guys aren't doing too bad yourselves. Yep, we rocked it. I guess everything I went through to train the two of you amounted to something. We're grateful too. Well, I guess we'll report in as well then. Go ahead, let's hear what you've got. $2,000, Mira, nice. Good work, you two. How about you, Charizard? Don't you think they've done a fine job? For a bunch of newbies, you did an average job. Oh, come on! Well, you shouldn't be satisfied with that level of work. Especially you, Estelle. You're always the first to get on that high horse of yours. Okay, I get it already. Great work, all of you. I'm surprised that we were able to fill the work gap left by Cassius so quickly. I wonder if we'll be able to relax for a bit now. I don't know. I can imagine that the downtime might be a bit of a drag. Well, that won't be a problem, since there are plenty of other small jobs, like patrolling the roads and exterminating monsters. Oh, it's been a while since I've been able to take a break. Alright, it's time for my reward. I'm going to drink until I can't drink anymore tonight. Estelle, Joshua, you two join me as well. We have to watch you get plastered and make a fool of yourself. Oh, so what you're saying is that you're turning down my invitation? You've got a lot of nerve to do something like that to your mentor. What am I supposed to say? Your drinking habits are intolerable. You cause a ruckus, dance like a maniac, and try to strip in public. Sounds like she needs an intervention. Agreed. It's pretty embarrassing. Charizard, just where do you think you're going to take these underage kids? Come on, the alcohol is what makes things entertaining. But if you're so against coming along with me, then I don't need you, Estelle. Really? Yep. Instead, I'll just have Joshua make up for your absence. Why me? Shara? Now, hold on a minute. Joshua, you look like you'll make a fine companion. Whether we're talking booze or something else behind closed doors, I'll help break you in. Oh my god, he is 16, Charizard. Alright, break me in? Alright, you big pervert. Joshua, why are you drooling like that? It's not what you think. We've got a major problem. Were we going to get to take Shara along with us and see her wreck shit in battle? Huh? Mayor Klaus? Essil, Joshua, and Sherazard, am I glad to see you? Saved by the bell. What's wrong, sir? And why are you in such a hurry? This is terrible. My home. Disaster. It's gone. What? The rock, I assume. All right, calm down, Mayor Klaus. Take a deep breath and let it out. Apparently, it seems as though my home was robbed while I was out. What? That's not being calm at all, Estelle. I had something to speak with Father Divine about, so I was over at the chapel, and when I came home, it was rather odd for no one to greet me at the door, so I looked around, and the rooms were in a state of great disarray. Wait, what about your wife and Linde? Don't worry, they're both fine. I found them locked up in the attic room. That's a relief to hear. It's lucky that no harm came to anyone. It won't get us anywhere just sitting around here, so could you take us to the crime scene, Mayor Klaus? Absolutely. I appreciate your cooperation. Wait for me. I'm going too. Good idea. We may be able to be of some help. Well, if you insist. Ida, we'll be at the mayor's place investigating the incident. If you have anything come up, just toss it on Ridge's shoulders. I'm sure he's just relaxing at the bar anyway. Yes, I'll do that. And everyone, be careful. Oh, that is a mess. Damn. Alright. My pizza bites have cooled, so I'm going to eat those real quick. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wow, this place is an absolute mess. Yeah, it sure is. The crooks really tore through here. Look at the safe. The Septium, which was supposed to be given to Her Majesty the Queen, has been stolen. I'm really sorry, especially after having you go to all the trouble to bring it here. It's not you who should be apologizing. It's the crooks who are in the wrong. By the way, how are the other rooms in the house? The other rooms, for the most part, appear to have been left untouched. So, was it the miner guy, or was it the student? They're about as messy as the attic room in which my wife and Linde were locked up in. Estelle, Joshua, there's something I want you to do. Which is? I'll speak with the mayor about the incident. I want you two to check out the inside of the house. You mean like an on-site investigation? Are you sure we're up to the task? We did volunteer to help, Joshua. Since we're all here, splitting up would be the best way to cover the most ground, no? All right, we'll see what we can do. Proceed carefully and deliberately. All right, Mayor Klaus, how about we talk in the parlor? Sure. Now, where to begin? An on-site investigation, huh? I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach. How about we start from this room? And let's not forget to ask for witness statements from the other residents. Sounds like a plan. The gift that we delivered to the mayor for the Queen is... Those crooks are not going to get away with this. It doesn't look like they jimmied the door either. They must have decrypted the combination and opened it, or... Could they really have cracked the combination? It's not impossible, but I imagine that it would be difficult for anyone besides a skilled pro. My best guess is that they figured out the combination using a much simpler means. What do you mean by simpler means? Well, let's see. They could have, for example, dusted the buttons with a special powder. powder like that would have absorptive properties, and due to its fineness, it would be invisible to the naked eye. However, if a blue light were placed over it, it would glow. Alright, and... Now let's imagine for a minute that the mayor entered the combination with the powder present. The powder on the buttons would stick to his fingers and come off. I think they just saw the combination. He did have a witness when he put it in there. This would be one way to know which buttons were pressed. Now, wait a minute. Wouldn't they still not know the order in which the buttons were pressed? Yeah, but with, like, 4 buttons, there's only so many combinations there can be. That's not exactly the case. As the powder collected on the fingers increased, the amount taken from the buttons would decrease. In other words, the crooks could press the buttons in order, starting from the least luminescent. It might be a little more difficult if there were duplicate numbers, but the crooks should be able to make a pretty good guess as to what they are. That makes sense. Joshua, are you a genius or something? That's just basic knowledge. Anyway, let's check out the buttons. Just as I thought, powder was used. Now there's no doubt in my mind that this safe was opened using the same method I just explained. Oh, right. Now the big question is, who dusted the buttons with that powder? We know it would have to at least be someone who visited the residence. Right. Now, figuring out who that is, that's going to be the tricky part. This place is all torn apart. Linde would probably faint if she saw this. It looks like all the books on the shelf have been scattered about the room. It seems kind of senseless to have done all this. What were they looking for in the books? I wonder. What were they looking for in the books? Maybe the mayor had some secrets about the towers? Or about Septium, I guess? It's just like the mayor to have a ton of difficult books like this. It looks like he's got some valuable antique books here as well. Notably, not stolen. The criminals either had no idea about the value of the books, or... You gonna finish that thought? Or obviously they didn't care, and were here for one thing and one thing only. Or 2 things, I guess. They did tear apart the bookshelves. It's just like the mayor to have it. Okay. This is just a clutter box, right? It's empty as well. The box lock looks like it was burned off. The criminals may have used an orbital gun. That's troubling. Alright, let's start at the top. Huh? What's this? Servile leaf. Don't you think it's a bit strange for a leaf to be in a place like this? On top of that, it's not a type that grows around here. You're sharp, Estelle. This is the place where the residents were locked up. It was probably dropped by one of the criminals as they were locking everybody up. So it's a key piece of material evidence, right? Alright, well that was a stroke of luck. Let's see what's on the second floor. I had such a scare! I was cleaning up the attic when suddenly a bunch of masked men came barging in. Okay, so it wasn't the student. Masked men, huh? This means this wasn't a one-man job. How many people were in the group? I'd probably guess about 3 or 4. Oh, that reminds me. One of them was short. It might have even been a girl. Oh, maybe it was the student then. Are you all right, ma'am? Yes, I'm fine. The intruders weren't violent towards us. Is there anything you noticed in particular about the intruders? They were wearing masks, so I wouldn't be able to tell you about any specific features. That reminds me, I'm certain the front door was locked. I locked the door just to be safe since my husband had gone to the chapel, and there were just the 2 of us here. I wonder how in the world they got in. Is there a balcony upstairs? Or out here? There was. Look, there are some marks on this railing. You're right. And they're fresh, too. It looks like something metal dug into the wood. Alright, so we got a grappling hook then. Alright, let's report. Are you really done investigating? It seems a little too quick to me. How about looking around a little more carefully? I'm sure there's something missed. Okay, so there is stuff I haven't seen. Probably in the mayor's office, but let's look around just in case. Valuable books. It's all torn apart. The difficult books. There's the chest. Aha! The pot's been tipped over, but there's nothing inside. It looks like it only tipped over after being hit with by something with force. That should be everything then. Or not. There are several documents inside the drawer. They don't appear to have been disturbed. They seem to be documents regarding Roland City's government. The fact that these are as they are suggests there was no political aim involved. That should be everything. Now let's go report. There's more. All right. They said that the door was locked at the time of the burglary, right? It doesn't look like the lock's been broken either, which means they got in another way. Maybe that was it. I had the mayor run me through all the details. How about you two? Did you find anything? Found lots of new evidence. Alright, then let's check the details one by one and see what you've come up with. First off, what were the criminals after? Septium in the safe, duh. How many of them were there? 3 or 4. Where did they get into the house from? The terrace on the 2nd floor. Point blank, what is the portrait of those thought to have committed the crime? I'm going to say somebody who works at the Manga mine. Well, I guess you did a decent enough job. It looks like we'll be able to specify who the criminals are with this information. Mayor Klaus, over the past 2 or 3 days, have you had any new faces in your study? When you put it that way, I guess there's been a number of people. That reporter from the magazine company was one. Oh, so those two came to visit you too, huh? But at the time of the crime, they were with us at the Ismailis Tower. I think we can cross them off the list of suspects. I see. So, Mayor Klaus, were there any others? Other than that, there was only Josette. Oh, but let's not kid ourselves here. I think it'd be a bit of a stretch for her to be our thief. After all, she's a student at the Royal Academy. Criminals aren't always dressed so they can be easily spotted. As for a school uniform, if someone put their mind to it, they could create a replica. But I'm telling you, she was a really nice girl. She was modest and courteous, and putting on a show of being nice. Right, Joshua? I'm sorry to say this, but I completely disagree. Huh? During that time, when the mayor put the Septium into the safe, that girl's eyes lit up like a hunter's, eyeing her prey. Of course, since I had no conclusive evidence, I couldn't call her out on it. But at least to me, she didn't look like any ordinary student. You must be joking. Unbelievable. At any rate, it looks like we're going to have to ask this girl a few questions. You wouldn't happen to know where she is, would you? I believe she already left on the airship. If I remember right, she should be staying at the hotel. But she said something about taking off from Roland sometime today. Well, it looks like we're going to have to hurry then. Estelle, Joshua, let's try the hotel first. Right. Understood. Alright, well, the mine was the wrong answer. Oh, she's in the party. Ooh, let's take a look at her. She's level 12. Pretty good. Whip, huh? She uses a whip. Aim one, hit one, shield one, attack one. To the hotel. Estelle, Joshua, and even Sherazard. Is something the matter? Do you remember a girl named Josette? She's a student from the Royal Academy who should be staying here. Of course I remember her, but she checked out just a moment ago. Shoot, we're a minute too late. Let's hurry to the landing port. We might be able to catch her there. She really didn't seem like a bad girl. All right, let's hurry. Is the airship about to leave? Let's find out. The airliner's late. I wonder what's going on. The airliner, which should be coming from Bose, still hasn't arrived. We're prepared to receive the incoming ship, but... Alright, so it's probably those bandits we heard about. Please excuse the delay. The airliner should be arriving any time now, so please be patient. Yo, Alan, it's us if you haven't noticed. Oh, it's you guys. Ooh, and Sherazard too. Thank you, Idios, for this feast of the eyes. So, what's up? You didn't by chance happen to see a girl in a school uniform around here, did you? A girl in a school uniform? A school uniform from where? From the Genis Royal Academy. I don't know if he would know what that looks like, Estelle. Oh, baby, those uniforms are so hot! Oh, come on. The contrast of those neatly pleated white skirts and navy blue socks. Oh, yes, I can see them now. I totally forget what the boys' uniforms look like, though. This is one obsession I just don't get. It's a creepy one, definitely. Thus defineth man's eternal struggle. Back on topic here, so you didn't see a girl in a Royal Academy uniform? How about one with blue hair? Nope, not this month. And believe me, I watch for those. I check all the passengers boarding and disembarking, so I can tell you at least that she hasn't come here. Which means that she came to Roland along the roads without using an airliner. This complicates things. Our search field suddenly got much bigger. Come to think of it, there must be others, so they've got to be hiding somewhere. Wait, that reminds me. What does Estelle? Survey us. When's dinner? Well, that's survey leave. I almost forgot that we found this. Could this be some sort of a clue? Oh, right. If we did find that. Shara, do you know of any places nearby where survey trees grow? Survey trees, huh? I'm pretty certain they grow in Mistwald, south of Roland. Mistwald. That's the forest in the opposite direction from home as Roland, right? Seems like it's worth looking into. That settles it. Let's hit up the highway through Roland's south gate. You're really excited, aren't you? Well, whatever it is, good luck. Wait up! You're running like a crazed lunatic. Who can just walk at a time like this? Yep, it's them. Maybe I should think about cutting back on those blasted cigarettes, like the one I've got in my mouth right now. What are the two of you up to? You kids again, huh? Actually, we've got to get to Bose ASAP. But the airliner's not even here yet. I know. That's why we're heading there on foot. It'll take some time, but it's not a distance that we can't cover by ourselves. Yeah, but the airliner's probably going to be like an hour late. Surely you'll save time by just waiting for the airliner. Well, don't wear yourselves out too badly. By the way, are you after a scoop or something? Yeah, and the mother of all scoops, too. No time to talk. We've got to make it there today. I wonder if Niall's going to be all right. See you later, Estelle, Joshua. Well, aren't they a lively pair? Friends of yours? Those were the reporters from one of the jobs Dad asked us to take over. I wonder what's going on. All right, let's turn in our bracer job. Thousand Mira, nice. And 4 BP, awesome. Okay. All right, to the south. Let's get into a fight and see what Charizard's about. Oh, we need to rest. God damn it. We got Firebolt and Airstrike. Sylphin Guard. Sylphin Whip. Cuts her wind, delivering a powerful lashing. Sadist Whip. Envelops an enemy in a fierce flocking storm. Right. It's a range. The range is large. Her movement range is small, but her attack range is large. We're going back to town and healing after this. Back up we go. Or maybe... Oh, whoops. Maybe we can rest at the house. That'd be faster. Oh, snagged Sherazard. 0 damage. She's got some nice defense. Alright, now we can go chasing after them. This is the furthest south we've been. Maybe? No, we've gone past here for a side quest. So this is Mistwald, huh? We've been here before, Estelle. Can you tell us anything, Shara? Someone came through here, all right. From what I can see, a number of people passed through here not long ago. I'd wager Mira we're on the right track. How can you be so sure? Because tracking fugitives is an essential skill for bracers. Anyway, let's check the woods. Be sure to keep your voices low. Roger that. Understood. I hate that there's no map in here. Oh, damn it. Okay, let's take left path. Advise fighting these things where you can. Like good EXP. Oh, hey, hello. Oh, it's one of the explodey bastards. If you're forced into a dungeon with a high party member, it makes it much easier to gain EXP. Yep, exploding. Alright. And the firebolt should kill. Damn, it sure did.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Oh, damn, yeah, that is a lot of EXP. Oh, 2 of them, nice. Ow!
Seems you came up short.
Hang on, I recognize that voice actress. I swear I recognize that voice actress, but I can't place her. Oh, 3 of them. All right. Doesn't self-destruct and hurt its allies. Damn. Ow! Nope.
Oh, are we done already?
I swear I recognize Charizard's voice actress. Level 9! I don't want to fight these things. We've been using our MP like crazy. Oh, our MP came back to 2 levels. Cool. Yep, there she is. That was too easy. And to think that something as exquisite as this fell into my hands with almost no effort. Wait till Dawn and Kyle hear about this. You surprised me, that's for sure. The way you pulled off that act wearing that school uniform was simply astounding. Just what you'd expect from the mademoiselle of an ex-aristocratic family. Yeah, but what's in the past is in the past. But it certainly doesn't hurt that in this outfit I can deceive almost anyone. That gullible mare and dim-witted bracer girl. Idiots, the whole lot of them. Rude. What was that? Calm down. Let's see what else they have to say. Fine, but I'm not happy about this. Yeah, but that girl seemed pretty tough. I mean, she took care of all the monsters that appeared in the mine. The mine? Oh, so you're the one who screwed up their job. If you had just done it like you were supposed to, I wouldn't have had to put on a monkey show to get this thing. My apologies. Forget about it. All's well that ends well. At any rate, those two kids being bracers was an absolute joke. Especially that brainless bimbo. She honestly believed that we could be friends. What a freaking moron. I had to try so hard just to keep from laughing. How stupid can she be? What's so funny? It's you guys. Yep, it's the brainless bimbo and her absolute joke of a bracer partner. And this probably won't come as a surprise, but we're going to beat you up now. What? Bracers? How do they find... You did a fine job stealing that septium from the mayor's residence, but it looks like you were a little careless in the end. In accordance with the laws of the Bracer Guild, you are hereby under arrest and charged with breaking and entering, vandalism, and burglary. It would be in your best interest not to resist, but I'm sure Estelle is hoping you will. This doesn't look good. Well, what are we going to do now, Josette? How about you quit quaking in your boots, for starters? These bracers are nothing more than a ragtag group of kids. And a silver-haired adult, who is clearly an adult. I think it's time we show them the real strength of the Coppola family. Who are you to be calling us kids, you brat? I've had it up to here, and I'm going to do something about it right now. Hey, that's my line. She changed clothes fast. How was that hiding under her school uniform? That's an overcoat and goggles. All right, you boys, get him. Ow! Rude. Yep, plenty. Nope, not art. Craft. Oh, I missed her? Uh-oh. Neutral to all elements. Oh, Stella's gonna get gangbanged in a sec. Alright, dead monsters deal no damage. Let's work on this guy. Ha! Missed! Poison? Come on. Yeah, let's kill this guy.
Here I come.
With the extra strength. What shape is this guy in? 100? Double miss? Come on. Alright, one down. Ooh, red Sepith. I need that. She healed herself selfishly. 4-0. She was at full health. What an idiot. Oh, that guy's not dead. He's just down. All right. All right, 2 down. Trying to use arts. That's troublesome. Oh, she's preparing a tier. All right. Alright, well he's gonna get 200 HP back. Gonna heal him. All right. We'll wear him down. Critical. Can you crit heal? You can crit heal. Oh god. All right, we'll keep working on this guy. Ha! Missed! Alright. Nope, not art. Craft. Hurricane hit them both. It can. It did no damage to... God damn it. Alright, all of them down. Petrify Breath. Holy shit. Well, fuck. I don't have anything to cure petrification. Alright, let's get closer to her. Now we've learned the recipe for this.
Someone's been naughty.
Kara going directly into her boobs. This game is remarkably horny. Oh, okay, so she just has high defense. Got it. Alright, heal yourself. Patreon a stream of 1,000 arms for shits and giggles. Oh boy.
That's it.
Got her.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Ah, bunch of red sepith, but not enough. How in the world? You had enough yet? That's what you get for taking bracers lightly. I wonder if she'll end up being a party member later in the game. And we'll be taking this back, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Hey, that Septium belongs to me. No, not to you. To the people of Roland, that's who. The sheer nerve you have to say something like that is astounding. Now that we've got the crystal back, how about we move on to confession time? That's an interesting name you mentioned. The Kapua family, was it? Me and my big mouth. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. So, you want to be a tough egg to crack, do you? I don't mind at all. In fact, I like them that way. Ah! Well, what are you trying to do? That's a dangerous thing to be swinging around like that. You've got 1,000,000 defense. You'll take like 3 damage from it. Well, if you can't answer with your mouth, then maybe your body can answer instead. But don't worry, I'll be extra gentle. Get away from me, you crazy witch! I think Shara's enjoying this. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, you're enjoying it too, Joshua? Alright, fair enough. Look out, Shara! Uh-oh. An orbital gun! You alright, Shara? I'm fine. Forget about me. Look at that. It's the bandit airship, isn't it? Oh, that is big. An airship? Looks like the tables are turned in our favor now, aren't they? Are you okay, Josette? Kyle, you're late. Where have you been? Oh, never mind. Just hurry up and give us a hand. No can do. Our push into the Roland region has been put on hold. Something big came up in the Bose region while you were away. Push into the Roland region? Oh, just to stake out bandit territory? What's that supposed to mean? I don't have time to explain. Hurry and hop on, or I'll have to leave you behind. Crap. Just where do you think you're going? We'll pick this up another day. And don't think you've won, either. Payback's gonna be a beast. Can't say shit or bitch in this game so far. I sure wasn't expecting anything like that to come out of the woodwork. It looks like they caught us all off guard. This isn't a laughing matter. Right now, I'm so frustrated I don't even know what to think. Well, on the bright side, we did get the Septium Crystal back. Yeah, and we did get to beat her up a little. Estelle, seriously, I know she got away, but we did still get to beat her up. Switching gears, that group sure looked to me like a bunch of sky bandits. Yes, they certainly seem of that variety. It also sounds like they've made the Bose region their base of operations as well. I certainly wouldn't have expected a group like that to travel all the way to a rural place like Roland. I couldn't care less if they're sky bandits or brigands. The next time I see that scruffy, lying jerk of a tomboy, I'm going to thwack bam kapow her. What's thwack bam kapow supposed to mean? Thus, the Septium Crystal stolen from the mayor's residence was safely recovered. After returning it to the mayor, Estelle and the others returned to the guild to report the details of the incident. It looks like you've had a rough day. Who'd have thought the sky bandits would appear? I don't blame you for letting them escape. No, this time it was my fault. I should have been more careful. You didn't get fired at with an airplane gun. Like, legit. Those were some big bullets. I'm really far from being in the same league as Cassius. It's not your fault, Shara. I let my emotions get the best of me, and I was careless as well. No, you guys weren't. We won. We won, and then an airship shot at us. It's not our fault that an airship shot at us. No, you guys did a great job. I'd even give you a passing grade for your on-site investigation of the mayor's residence. Don't you think you should recommend them, Ina? Yes, I was thinking the same thing as well. Recommend? Or are you going to recommend us to another location? What do you mean? Hold your horses. First comes the payment for a job well done. Plus 3 BP, I guess, for getting a decent grade on the investigation? Rank advancement to Junior Bracer 7th class. Eagle Eye Quartz is a perk. Nice. This is for you both, and take this as well. Recommendation? This is... As of now, you are both Junior Bracers. In other words, Bracers in training. In order to become Senior Bracers, you'll need to receive recommendations from all regional branches in the kingdom. Ah, so we get to travel around now. This is your recommendation from the Roland branch. Is it really okay for us to have this? I had heard that in order to become a full-fledged bracer, we'd need to achieve something fairly noteworthy. Extra BP for making the right choice with the bandits, I see. I think in light of the jobs performed in your father's stead and your great showing here, your achievements are sufficient. However, those achievements are only for your work here in Roland. You'll need to receive recommendations from the other regional branches after achieving success there as well. Bose, Ruan, Zeiss, and finally Gransel. You've still got a long road ahead of you. I mean, it showed that she was able to keep a cool head. Even so, I'm really happy. It was worth all the hard work. Now that we've come this far, don't you think we should visit the other regions too, Joshua? I figured you'd say as much. I agree with you, but we can't decide this all by ourselves. We should discuss it with Dad when he gets home. Right. Maybe that's him? Oh. That's the telephone, right? Hello, this is the Bracer Guild's Roland branch in the Liberal Kingdom. Huh. It's been a while since we last talked, hasn't it? I see. Are you sure? That's terrible. I wonder if something happened. It looks that way to me. Is Dad dead? Yes, that's right. He left on business the other day. What? I apologize, but this is a little difficult to believe. Understood. I'll pass on the news to his family. They'll be fine. They're bracers too. Yes, and if you hear anything else, please let me know. What's wrong, Ina? It's unusual for you to be so surprised like that. Who was calling? The Bose branch. Something terrible has happened. The airliner, Linde, has disappeared over the Bose region. What? How is that possible? I don't know any of the details, but the Royal Army is currently conducting a wide-scale search. Due to this event, all other flights have been postponed, so we're going to have to hoof it then. Well, that explains the backup at the landing port. And... Ina? Estelle? Joshua? Please, brace yourselves. Your father, Cassius, was aboard the airliner which went missing. I bet he hijacked it. No. What? Impossible. There's got to be some kind of mistake. It seems his name was on the passenger list. Liberal Bracer Guild, Roland Branch, Senior Bracer. Cassius Bright, 45. Achievement unlocked. Why is my present a boy? You'd think I'd get that earlier. But I guess that's just the name of the achievement for the prologue. Alright, let's save. I wonder how many chapters there are in this game. Estelle, are you in there? Joshua? Dinner's ready. Just to let you know, we'll be having roasted basil chicken and onion soup gratin. That sounds so good. I'll come down later, so why don't you two go on ahead and eat? Oh, all right. Well, make sure to come down before your food gets cold. The Wheel of Fortune card. Again. Something really is going on. I just can't see what it is. Where's Estelle? She said to go ahead and eat without her. She didn't seem to have an appetite. I see. She took the news a lot better than I thought she would. It's not surprising she doesn't want to come out of her room, seeing as how close she is with her father. I agree. He's kind of your father too, Joshua. Why didn't you say our father? So, what do you think about all of this, Shara? Is it an accident or an incident? To be honest, I couldn't say either way. Your dad is a top-class bracer. When it comes to crisis management, he's the best there is. Whichever it is, if your father happens to be there, it'll be resolved. But the fact is, an airliner, along with your father, has gone missing. In other words, what you're trying to say is that things that shouldn't have happened, happened, right? Don't lose heart on me now. You need to be a stout wall of support and bear Estelle up. I'll get to work tomorrow and see what I can find out. Man, it sure smells good down here. I can't stand it any longer. What? Estelle, are you okay? I'm so hungry, I thought I was going to pass out. Oh, this looks so good. She has faith in her dad. Bon appetit! Aren't you two having any? This is great! The basil flavor really comes out when you roast it. You sure know how to cook, Joshua. Well, thanks. Come on, Shara, don't you just sit there too. Do you want to drink some of my dad's brandy from his secret stash? I'm pretty sure there's a bottle of Steinrose that's about 20 years old in there. Did you say Steinrose? And 20 years old too? Shara, what do you think you're doing? Sorry, Estelle. I'm going to have to pass this time. By the way, what are you doing up in your room? You didn't come down even after Joshua called you for supper. Huh? Oh, right. I was just looking for some extra underwear. She was packing for a trip, huh? I was having a bit of trouble finding one of my favorites because it was stuffed in the back of one of the drawers. Underwear? Oh, and a set of gear for traveling. I mean, who knows how long we'll be gone, so I figure as long as we're prepared, we'll have nothing to worry about. So what you're saying is, you intend to head to Bose to find your father? Well, duh. I mean, duh. That's a no-brainer. And while I can't imagine anything bad happening to him, despite his horrible luck, waiting around just doesn't suit me, so I'm gonna go check things out for myself. You really are something else. Whether it's your positive attitude or thick skin, I can't say, but... What? You're so rude, Joshua. But you are coming along too, right? Of course. However, it looks like all airliner flights have been cancelled until the Army finishes their search, so we'll have to go on foot. It seems like the only way to Bose is on foot. Walk to Bose, huh? I wonder how long that's going to take. For a bracer on foot, if they hurry, they can make it there in about half a day. Oh, well, that's not that far. But if that's the route you're taking, that makes things easy. I think I'll tag along as well. Oh, good. Really? You'll come with us? But aren't you busy with a bunch of other jobs? Hey, I trained under your father, right? Did you honestly think I'd just sit here when something could have happened to the person I owe so much to? I'm going to talk to Ina and have her pass my jobs at the guild to another member. Shara. We really appreciate this, Shara. You really shouldn't be thanking me. I just can't leave a job as big as this up to a bunch of newbies. I hate to say it, but you're probably right. Oh well, since Shara's along for the ride now, I do feel a bit more confident. We appreciate you coming with us. Myself as well. Anyway, let's make sure to drop by the guild tomorrow morning before we leave. I'll need to explain the situation to Ina. Chapter 1, Disappearance of the Linde. I understand the situation now. To be frank, though, with Sherazard taking off after Cassius, I'm going to be really short-handed. But since this involves him directly, please, don't worry about anything. I really appreciate this, Ina. Make good use of Ridge while we're gone. That seems like a named character we're going to run into later. He should be able to deal with at least 3 times his normal workload. Don't you think that's a bit harsh? Don't worry. If things get too hectic, I'll ask for help from the Gransel branch. By the way, Sherazard, can I get a minute? I'd like to talk with you about the job you were going to do. Sure, no problem. Estelle, Joshua, could I have you two wait upstairs? I'll be done in a minute. Understood. Shara, if we're going to be waiting, would you mind if we did it out in front of the clock tower? Oh yeah, we're going to see why she had a thing about the clock tower now? I'd like to say hi to someone. Oh, is that where her mom's memorial is? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, then let's meet up in front of the clock tower. As soon as I'm done here, I'll head over there myself. Got it. Come on, Joshua. Sure. Septium Calendar 1075, erected in partnership with the liberal royal family, Septium Church, and Roland City. 1192, destroyed during the 100 Days' War when Roland was bombarded by the Erebonian Imperial Army. Rebuilt with the cooperation of the citizens of Roland. Every time I see this clock tower, I always think they sure did a superb job restoring it after the war. I wonder if he's Erebonian. You can sure feel the spirit of Roland's people from this. Estelle? Joshua, what do you think about going up with me and waiting until Shara shows up? You mean the clock tower? Sure, I don't mind. Okay, come on. That is much thicker than it looks at the base. The morning air is so refreshing. Hey, look, Joshua, we can see the house from here. You're right, I can see the roof. But do you want to tell me what's going on, since you've always avoided coming up here? I was under the impression that you didn't like this place. I like this place, but I just can't casually come up here. Because this is the place where my mom died. Oh, was she in it when it got bombarded? Oh. What? "10 years ago, during the war, when the Imperial Army surrounded Roland, they bombarded the symbol of the city, the clock tower, to try and get the citizens to surrender. This was at the time Dad was fighting in the Royal Army. I wanted to see who he was fighting against, so I climbed up the clock tower, and when the bombardment started, I couldn't get away. When I came to, I hardly had a scratch on me. My mother had saved me. I was wrapped tightly in her arms, shielded from the rubble. And as I cried, she sang my favorite lullaby. But when they finally dug us free..." Oh. "After the war ended and this place had been rebuilt, I avoided coming here for the most part. It's not because I have painful memories of this place, though. It's just, when I come here, a part of me wants so much to draw on her strength. Plus, I felt that I can't be strong like her if I'm always trying to rely on her. Estelle. But today is okay, right? Relying on her just this once." "Absolutely. You're leaving home for the first time ever, right?" "It's fitting to say goodbye to her, too. Asking her to bring Dad home safely. Also that. Asking her to protect him. Of course it is. And don't worry. Dad's safe for sure. Your mother's protecting him, so there's no doubt in my mind that he's safe. And if he happens to be in a bit of trouble, then you can come to his rescue. Just like your mother did for you, you can do the same for your dad. Except no dying in the process, okay? And don't forget, I'm here to help you too. Joshua, I know I can't completely understand everything you've been through, but I can stay here by your side as I am now. And if you need a shoulder to cry on, you've always got mine. So..." Pfft. Huh? Joshua, you're trying too hard. You shouldn't say things like that so lightly. What do you mean? If I were any other girl, I would totally have misinterpreted your intentions just now. You are seriously the type who's going to have problems with romantic relationships in the future. I'm already starting to get worried. Well, excuse me for trying to be nice. Why do you have to be like that when someone is genuinely worried about you? Thanks for cheering me up, Joshua. I feel a lot better now. I hope they don't get together. I hope they stay as brother and sister. I guess as long as I get some kind of thanks, it was worth looking like a complete fool. But you are unbelievable. Don't be so mad. I'm really thankful, believe it or not. So, how about we get down from here, huh? I'm sure Shara's waiting for us. You're probably right. Mom, I finally realized why I wanted to become a bracer. It's so I could become strong and protect others just like you. So please, watch and see. I won't fail to bring Dad home safe again. Aww, the two of you had such a cute scene going on up there. Why, my cheeks even feel a bit hot just thinking about it. Calm down, Sherazard. What's that supposed to mean? You were spying on us? Give me some credit, will you? I just happened to see you when I looked up to check the time. I sure wish I had an orbital camera to get a shot of that view. Come on. What are you trying to say, Shara? That's called family bonding. That's my parents. Hang on. Sorry about that. That was my stepdad confirming we were going to be doing something on Tuesday. It's kind of like your habit of hugging everyone after your third bottle of wine. Alright. Let's not get into that. What's with the sigh? You really don't know how to take a joke, do you? Well, whatever. Did you say hi to Lina while you were up there? Yeah. I even asked for her to watch over Dad. I see. Then I guess it looks like you're all set. You know, Lina's protection is equal to that of the goddess herself. Your dad's safety is pretty much guaranteed. I think you may be giving her a little too much credit. Now that you mention it, you met Estelle's mother before, right, Shara? Yeah, when I was a child. I was still in a troupe at the time. Oh, you were a carny, huh? I guess that makes sense. You certainly dress like a fortune teller. A troupe? Yeah, a troupe in a traveling circus. Shara was a dancer. Although it was a long time ago. We first met when she came to Roland with the circus. 12 years ago, to be exact. I was 11 and Estelle was 4. And because of that chance encounter, when I became a bracer, I trained under your father. I didn't know that. Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime when I get a chance. Are you about ready to head out for Bose? With airliner flights cancelled, we'll just have to make our way to Bose the old-fashioned way, by foot. First, we'll need to make our way to the Verte Bridge checkpoint, which sits on the border of the Bose region. Verte Bridge is located at the west end of the Milch Main Road. Looks like we're all set, so let's go. Let's see if there are any bracer jobs for us first. Letter carrier. At the Roland Chapel, Father Divine. Yep, way ahead of you, Quiet Man. Well, good morning, everyone. Are you going on a journey somewhere? Yeah, just over to Bose. Is that so? Then in that case, could I ask a favor of you? I had wanted to send Father Holstein a letter, but the airliners are grounded. So how about it? Can I get you to deliver this letter while you're there in Bose? Sure, we'll do it. It shouldn't be a problem, since the letter's not that big to begin with. I really appreciate this. Alright then, here you are. So all we need to do is give this letter to Father Holstein in Bose, right? Yes, the chapel is on the east side of Bose City, so it should be fairly easy to locate. Traveling around other regions and broadening your knowledge is food for the mind. I pray that the goddess will guide you on your journey. Alright, out we go. To the west. Nope, to the shops first. How much money have we got? We've got 7,500. God damn. Alright, nice. Not enough. Not enough. Alright. Yeah, that expired. Is there a petrification removal item? Let's see. No. Oh, Liberal News Issue 2. Gone without a trace. Where could it be? Yesterday afternoon, the airliner Linde vanished over East Bose airspace while en route to Roland. An exhaustive overnight search conducted by the Royal Army yielded no clues to its whereabouts, leaving all parties baffled. In response to this incident, the Army has declared all airliner flights cancelled until further notice. The Liberal Orbital Ship Corporation reports that 17 were aboard the Linde at the time of its departure, including both passengers and crew. Family members of these missing persons are understandably concerned, but remain hopeful. Central Factory Chief Murdoch proclaims, "Our orbital engines are sturdy and reliable. The chance of an engine failure is virtually nil. I do not believe an accident to have occurred." Was it a conspiracy perpetrated by the Royal Army and the covert mercenary force comprised of Jaegers? Perhaps it was a plot to kidnap the passengers and hold them for ransom. Some have even suggested the Linde came under attack by the last living ancient dragon. No matter what anyone may have heard, it's all just speculation at this point, as no real evidence has yet been found. The Royal Army is investigating a possible connection between this incident and the recent burglaries in Bose. But, thus far, no information on any such connection has been released. In fact, no information has been released at all, due to Army regulations prohibiting the dissemination of intelligence to the general public, a policy that I'm sure we'd all like to see repealed. I noticed something interesting earlier while I was eating. The status through files buttons are exactly the right size for a 4:3 monitor. And also the text here cuts off by the files button in a place where that would also be aligned for 4:3. Because this game came out in like 2003 when 4:3 monitors were the standard. A group of unknown individuals recently broke into the Roland Mayor's house to steal a Septium Crystal that was left in his possession. Local bracers came to the rescue and managed to recover the stolen item, but the culprits are still at large. Thankfully, no harm came to the mayor or his family during this incident. "We deeply regret that the criminals escaped," says a Roland Bracer representative, "but please know that we of the Bracer Guild did everything in our power to apprehend them and will continue the pursuit for however long it may take." The Ismailis Tower lies a few hundred selj to the north of Roland City, along with Manga Trail. Its turquoise-green visage is the only real landmark for as far as the eye can see. Counting as one of the 4 tetracyclic towers, its purpose is still shrouded in mystery to this day. This exciting location is as old as Liberal itself, and modern research utilizing the latest orbital technology is expected to answer a few questions about this eerie structure, while posing still others. Let's buy some more tier 1. Alright, before we proceed, I'm going to take a quick break, rest my throat, and have a drink. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Alright. Let's talk to some people around town before we leave. Well, that's an awful lot of baggage you have. Off on vacation, are you? Where are you headed? Well, it's no pleasure trip, but we're headed to Bose for a bit. Bose, did you say? But the airliners have been grounded. Don't tell me you're planning to foot it the whole way. That's right, we are. We've been told that the trip is doable. That's true. It's not so far, but it's not that close either. It must be tough being a bracer. Are all your preparations in order? Do take care of yourselves. Let's find Claire Redfield. Lately, my father-in-law has been giving me job advice. Coming from an industry veteran, there's a lot I can learn. It seems I've been pretty conceited over my work in the past. I feel pretty embarrassed about it now. Hey, everyone needs to learn. Hey, there's Claire Redfield. Estelle, Joshua, are you really headed to Bose? I should have guessed you'd know. You're always one of the first to hear everything. There's a little something we need to check on, so that's why we're headed to Bose. Not only is Cassius gone, but now you two are leaving. Oh, I want to tag along. Joshua, take me with you. I don't think that would be a good idea. Our information gathering skills are second to none, so there's that at least. You can be helpful that way. But I'm concerned about other incidents happening. I get so worried. I waffled back and forth for a bit, but in the end I decided to go with him to the Queen's birthday celebration. As a couple. My mother is already going with her friends. I'm sorry, Mother, but I want to go with him. Well, good for you. Yes! I invited her to the Queen's birthday celebration, and she said yes! I'm going to have to get a part-time job and save up some cash. Good luck. Oh, it's you, kitty lady. Today is another great day for a cat nap. It looks like we'll be able to relax this afternoon. Paddington Bear. Yesterday, I saw someone flying away from the south. It was too big to be a bird, so it makes me wonder what it was. These old eyes could have been playing tricks on me, though. Nope, definitely an airship. If it isn't Estelle and Joshua, what's with all the baggage? Actually, Estelle explained that they were headed to Bose. Oh, I see. I'd be worried too if I were in your shoes. You should probably get going then. Waiting around certainly isn't your style. You're right. I'll be going then. Let's talk to the mayor. Were there any other interesting NPCs that I wanted to talk to? Let's talk to the airship desk guy. See how he feels about Charizard leaving. The Royal Army is out searching for the missing airliner. But according to company information, it looks like it still hasn't been found. Of all the things that could have happened, now I won't be able to check out the hot girls coming and going on the airliners for a while. Hey, but at least you get paid to sit around and do nothing. That's the dream, man. Come on, Royal Army. This is what I'm paying my taxes for. No hot girls, but you're literally getting paid to sit and wait and do nothing. We suffered some damage, but I'm glad nobody was hurt. If anything had happened to my husband or Lita, it makes me shudder to think of it. I finally got the study all cleaned up. It makes me so angry. I spent so much time keeping this place clean every day. Oh yeah, you did get everything fixed up. Let's inspect the safe. No. Oh, Estelle and Joshua. You've really been of great service this time. I wish we could have done more. I'm really sorry that we let the criminals get away. Never mind that. The fact that you're all safe and the crystal has been recovered is good enough. The general theory seems to be that the Sky Bandits who've been terrorizing the Bose region are the culprits. Yeah, that seems to be what we've gathered as well. I'm just so mad that they got away in their airship like that. You really can't lay a hand on them if they're up in the sky, though. On the subject of Bose, however, I hear tell that an airliner went missing there recently. I'm not sure of the exact details, but I've been looking into it as best I can. I don't think we should let these Sky Bandits go unchecked, so I think I'll make a call to the mayor of Bose. I take it you have a phone here, but where? All right, out we go. To the south. Off on an adventure. Roland, West Gransel, Garoon Gate. Welcome to the Garoon Gate. If you're headed to the Gransel region, then you'll need to pass through this checkpoint. Let's see what else is over here. This is a big area with nothing at the end of it. With the airliners being stopped, this place has seen an increase in travelers. Those with urgent business in the Royal City pass through this checkpoint. It almost feels like we've gone back to the era when there were no airliners. What's this guy got to say? CWO Robin. CWO? It seems that a suspicious aircraft was seen flying over the airspace above Mistwald. Per our investigation, it appears that there were marks of something landing there on several occasions in the past. We'd better report this to headquarters at the Leston Fortress ASAP. Chief Warrant Officer, yeah, that makes sense. I've heard that an airliner vanished somewhere over Bose. I'm worried about the safety of those on board. However, the border garrison in Bose boasts some of the elite in the Royal Army. I'm fairly confident that they'll find the missing airship. Oh, excuse me. This is a hell of a big checkpoint. Damn. Oh, is this a prison? Hello. Okay, something must happen here later in the game. I saw a suspicious aircraft land and take off somewhere in Mistwald. When I reported it to the chief, he seemed a little perturbed, but he didn't say anything. This wall is huge. Oh my god. Just keeps going. The airliners usually pass directly overhead, but not today. I guess the rumor that all flights were canceled was true. What's over here? Oh, an inn! It seems like the number of people passing through the checkpoint suddenly increased. The Queen's birthday celebration is still a little way off, so I wonder what's up. You haven't heard about the airships being grounded, huh? This leads to Gransel. I don't think we'll be able to go through here without a pass. Oh. Okay, I thought this was the wrong place, but it's the end of the road. One of the Carmela books can be found at this point? In there? Well, let's look around for it then. Oh, I didn't go in this room. Recently, it seems like Eastern food has gotten popular as a side dish to food from the Liberal and the Empire. Maybe I'll buy a book with Eastern recipes next time I head to the Royal City. I'm really interested to see what kinds of dishes they have there. You're a food shop, right? French fries. France, the existence of France is confirmed. It's at the other exit point to Bosag. Alright, let's eat these things so we can learn the recipes. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I was told it was west from Roland. God damn it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Back up to Roland, I guess. They all want her. Well, we're getting out of here. I suppose I could use the time to build up CP. Nah, not worth it. I could level up in Mistwald a bit. And we're right on top of them. Let's get some CP out of these guys. Got some 7th out of that. Cool.
We're good to go.
I think there was actually food in the Roland shop that I hadn't eaten yet. So we'll pick some of that up too. Oh no, these are just ingredients. All right, to the west. I was so close to doing this quest. Oh well. Hello there. Are you headed for Bose? We are. But how did you know we weren't just visiting again? Well, a number of people like yourselves have been passing through lately. Exponentially more than usual. Is that because flights have been suspended in the airspace over Bose? That's exactly what's happened. You wouldn't believe how busy this place is because of it. Well, the Royal Army is responsible for all the restricted flights, so you're really not in a position to complain. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. I mean, it's not his fault. Oh, and another thing. Traffic through this checkpoint is also being regulated. If you want to go through here, you'll have to get a pass from the Chief Warrant Officer next door. Okay. Well, we're bracers, and we're looking into the thing, so maybe we'll be able to get that pass. Saw somebody walking around over here. Go in that Chief Warrant Officer's office in a minute. Since joining the Army, this is the first time I've ever been so busy in my life. I guess this is no time to be fishing or reading books. I just bought this book, but I guess I'll give it to you. The Chief would be livid if he caught me with this. Cardelia Chapter 2. Awesome. Hello there, Toby. You've come at just the right time. Greeting me with these words, Mick shuffled slightly in his seat behind the counter. The baked confection he had been eating was ever so carefully placed atop his lap to prevent it from falling onto the floor. He smacked both of his powdered sugar-covered hands together with a clap, and a cloud of white particles puffed into the air. The smell of sweet spices and baked apple pervaded the dimly lit shop. We had an item dropped off no more than a few minutes ago, he continued. Turning in his seat, Mick reached back and snatched up something wrapped in old magazine paper from off the shelf, tossing it to me. Knowing full well I wouldn't get any sort of answer, I asked anyway. What do we have this time? Laying out my railway and airship tickets, Mick ignored my question and said, "Make sure this gets to the same place as always." In his slow drawl, he added, "It would be in your best interest to keep your involvement to a minimum by leaving the business side of things to me and focusing solely on getting the job done, Toby." He leaned back in his chair and let out a deep sigh, the balls of his fingers kneading the bags under his eyes. Then, once again, his large hand extended down toward the unattended cake resting on his leg. Before the sweet treat could reach his watering mouth, I had already made my way out of the door of his tiny shop. As I walked, the waste paper bundled package bounced around inside the folds of my bag. By the feel of its shape and weight as it beat steadily against my side, I concluded that the object in my possession was probably just more swag. It didn't make me nervous not to know what it was that I was carrying, for I had done this type of job many times before. And no matter what kind of trouble I found myself wrapped up in, I had always somehow managed to come out unscathed. In truth, my experience on the job had made me tough, and I had become well versed in the art of orbital magic. So it was that when I laid eyes on that rough-looking trio at the station, I felt no more knots of uneasiness in the pit of my stomach than was necessary for someone of my abilities. The platform for the train bound for Liberal was a bustle, with passengers awaiting its eventual arrival. A bustle is one word, for the record. Seeing that the benches were so crammed full of people that they could have very well been a tin of packed sardines, I resigned myself to standing near the entrance as I patiently waited for the train to come in. Twisting my body in order to remove the bag to my other shoulder, I noticed the figures of two men. Heads bent together and conversing in an inaudible tone, they stood just beyond the ticket gate, right about where the horse head of the imperial emblem lay embedded in the ground in a grand mosaic of tiles. After a short interim, another man approached and joined in the conversation. From my own perspective, this was one ragtag group I most certainly couldn't have given a passing grade to based on looks. All three were extremely well built and sported the same haircut. To put it mildly, they stuck out in the crowd like a bunch of sore thumbs. Military men, maybe? Making sure to avoid eye contact with them as they glanced in my direction, I slung my bag back onto my shoulder and ever so calmly reached my hand into my pocket and ran the tips of my fingers across the surface of my orbit. A woman's voice reverberated within the walls of the station, notifying the passengers that the train had arrived. The low rumble of an orbital engine could be felt in the distance, and, after a few moments, a large vehicle was seen rolling up on the shoulder. I muttered to myself, "All is well," but the sound of my voice was drowned out by the din of the massive machine. Brakes screeched, and a flash of black light reflected off the surface of the giant iron beast as it came sliding in across the rails. The immense vibration in the air emanating from the moving locomotive at its epicenter let me know that the orbital engine had been put into full reverse in order to decelerate and bring the train to a grinding halt. While being shoved to and fro by the waves of impatient travelers flooding out of the waiting area, I was swept toward one door of a passenger car. As we passed by the conductor, I caught another glimpse of the ticket gate. The men who were once there were now gone, and the only thing that remained was the profile of the horse made of glossy tiles, glaring back at me in a shade of deep crimson. I'm excited to hear more about that story, to be honest. Well, if it isn't Estelle, and Joshua too. Hello, Mr. Ashton. It's been a while since we last met. Yes, it has. So I've heard my boy, Luke, caused you a lot of trouble, did he? I'm absolutely ashamed as a father. He's a kid, it's fine. I'm sure it's perfectly normal for a boy his age to be naughty like that. Absolutely is. I mean, even I ran around outside of town when I was young. Yeah, and you're supposed to be a girl. You're certainly full of energy as usual. And this is Sherazard, if I remember correctly, right? Good afternoon, sir. We'd like to cross over into the Bose region, so we were wondering about getting a pass. Let me guess. This has something to do with the Linde, doesn't it? Yeah. Estelle explains that Cassius was aboard the missing airliner. Goodness, Cassius was aboard? I'm sure they're all fine then. This is major. I'll issue you a pass right away. Thank you, sir. But is it all right if you issue us a pass just like this? What are you talking about? I know you kids by face. And as a member of the Royal Army, I should do my best to cooperate with the Bracer Guild. Oh, but one other thing. Huh? Be careful if you have any errands at the Hawken Gate north of here. You might want to hide your identities as bracers there. Where's the Hawken Gate lead? What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more about the matter. But if you do intend to investigate the incident, please do so with discretion. I pray to Idios for Cassius's safe return. Interesting. Who doesn't like bracers? Is there a region of liberal that is opposed to us? Alright, we got one. Well, that was quick. Okay then, how about I open the gate for you? Soldier, open the gate by remote control. You can see the Hawken Gate on the main map. I'll check that out in a minute. Alright, you're clear to go on through. Once you cross over, you won't be able to come back unless you get a pass from the other side. Please be aware of that before you cross. Got it. Ah, it is a gate into another country. It's up here. What do we have here this time? Bracers? Traveling the roads on foot is a bit of a hassle, isn't it? Well, be careful out there. Yeah, fair enough. We don't need to rest. Oh, there was another door in there. Well, it's a little park for, presumably, the soldiers. Alright, out we go. East Bose Highway. I wonder what kind of monsters we'll find here. Oh, you're funky. Some kind of horrible death jellyfish slime thing. 260 HP, weak to fire and wind. Alright, takes decent damage.
Seems you came up short.
Quiet Man, could you look at IMDb and find out who Sherazard's voice actress is? Because she sounds so familiar. It's not Jessie from Pokemon, is it? Oh, and a snake mushroom thing. Alright. Cobra mushroom. Mushroom snake is what it's called. Alright. Oh, it summoned a friend. Alright. Michelle Ruff. Oh, so Etna? Oh, that guy summoned a friend too. All right.
Piece of cake.
43 XP. Damn. All right. Let's kill a few more of these things before we head out. I haven't seen TTGL, unfortunately. A little badger thing. Mr. Rossetti. Halo Mole, thought so. One of the enemies is more EXP, that's true. Who else has Michelle Ruff played? North Neville Valley. See what's up here. This is definitely not where we're supposed to go. We just got teleported. This is probably a place where we can get lost. Oh, uh-oh. Weak to fire. I should... Fate Zero is a game, right?
Piece of cake.
Visual novel series? We're definitely not supposed to be here yet. Oh, Kawakami! That's where I recently recognized her voice from. Fate Zero is an anime prequel based on the prequel novel to Fate Stay Night, which is a game, right?
We're good to go.
Where are all the monsters? What's that headed this way? Is it a car? Oh, it's a car! Well, if it isn't Sherazar, how have you been? Fine. I haven't seen you in a while either. What are you up to? As you can see, I'm doing an escort job. I'm sure that you've heard about all the airliners being grounded after the Linde incident, right? Because of that, we have to move all this cargo to the Royal City by ground transport. I see. Well, your efforts are appreciated. So, how about yourself? What are you doing with these youngsters? Don't tell me you're looking into the incident. That was the plan. Why? Do you know something we should be aware of? Well, I think it would be best if you spoke with Lugren about it at the Bose branch. Anyway, I've got to get going. Catch you later. First Mr. Ashton, and now him. Everyone keeps hinting at something, but no one will just come out and say it. I wonder what's up. Well, there must be a good reason for it, and we'll probably find our answers at the Bose branch. Agreed. If we do as he suggests and ask Lugren about it, we may just get a clue as to what's going on. Anyway, let's get moving. Alright, summon a friend. No, oh my god, that was a lot of damage.
Alright, we're good to go.
Almost to level 10, awesome. Well, we got the best armor that we could have back in Roland. Good Lord. It gets to go twice?
Oh, are we done already?
Level 10.
Oh, are we done already?
Oh, we're gonna save.
Oh, are we
Getting some nice sepith.
Seems you came up short.
This is a long path. Damn. Hawken Gate. Bose. Maybe we'll go to Hawken and see what's up there. Hold it right there. The Hawken Gate is currently not permitting civilian passage through the checkpoint. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed past this point. Come on, it'll be alright if you let us through. No, it's not alright. The border garrison is putting all of its efforts into searching for the missing airliner. We will not allow anything or anyone to hinder the search. We have no intention to do anything of the sort. We're bracers. So are you trying to tell us we can't pass either? Oh, Sherazard, we were told not to tell these guys we were bracers. Bracers? I can see that you're a bracer. But are you trying to tell me that these kids are too? That's right. See the emblems? I see. But I'm sorry to inform you that even bracers are no exception. You heard the man. Now how about you move on out of here? Bet I could change their tune with a little help from my staff. Don't try it. Forget it, Estelle. They wouldn't be much use to us unconscious either. Anyway, let's hurry to Bose. Yeah, I love her smug character portrait. Oh, we're here. Bose, North Block. Is this going to be a proper city? It said North Block. We finally made it here. This is the commercial city of Bose, which sits at the heart of the Bose region. Wow, this definitely looks like a city. Of the 5 major cities in Liberal, this one comes next after the Royal City. Compared to Roland, the buildings are all made of stone and seem a lot bigger. Does anyone here have any idea what that huge building is over there? That's the Bose Market. It's an indoor marketplace made up of various shops. Food, clothing, sundry goods, furniture, books, and so on. You can pretty much buy everything here with the exception of weapons and ornaments. It's not surprising that they call this place a commercial city. Man, I really wish this trip could have been for shopping. Maybe some other time. Let's first stop by the guild and find out what's going on regarding the incident. Oh, all right. Just so you know, the Bracer Guild is just right over there. Oh, there's the Bracer Guild. It's even marked on the map as red. Oh, Sherazard! You arrived a lot sooner than I expected. I appreciate you coming all the way from Roland. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lugren? Did someone tell you that we were coming ahead of time? Yes, I received a call from Ina not that long ago. So that means these 2 kids with you are Cassius's children? Yes, that's right. It's nice to meet you, sir. I'm Estelle Bright. And I'm Joshua Bright. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Lugren, and I oversee the Bose branch. Your father and I go way back. Please, just call me Lugren. Sure, we'll do that. That said, could you give us a quick update on the missing airliner incident? Yes, about that. The Royal Army is still continuing its search. However, with the Army's current restriction on information, no public updates of the situation have been made. And not only has the general public been kept in the dark, but the Guild hasn't heard a word either. Really? Why not? Aren't the Army and the Guild supposed to be cooperating together? Well, that's the way it is on the surface, anyway. But in actuality, there's a lot of opposition between both parties on a number of aspects. So, pretty much what you're saying is that it's a bunch of jurisdictional disputes, right? I hate to admit it, but that's the situation. In addition, General Morgan has gotten involved. Did you just say General Morgan? Great. Now it really looks like things are going to be a pain. General Morgan? Who's that? He's famous for repelling the Imperial Army's invasion 10 years ago. You should have read about him in the history books. Amazingly enough, I don't recall the name. So what's the big deal with this famous guy anyway? From what I've heard, he's not the biggest fan of the Bracer Guild. Hates bracers, in fact. It seems he even makes it a point to routinely assert that there's no need for a Bracer Guild. Sounds like a real whack job to me. So, what you're saying is that we're not getting any information because of this general? That's not really important at the moment. What really matters is that bracers are being prohibited from entering the regions they are investigating. And because of that, it's causing conflicts with our other work. But we just came all the way here from Roland. If that's the way it's going to be, then it's time to duel it out with this general to decide who gets to investigate the incident. You're talking like a crazy person, Estelle. Keep your cool, Bracer. There are other ways. Such as the request we just received from the mayor concerning the incident. She has asked that we conduct an investigation from the guild side, separate from the army. Well, that's encouraging news. If it's an official request from the mayor, it'll be a great pretext for us to conduct our own investigation. I see. Well, isn't this perfect timing? Lugren, we'll accept the mayor's request. That sounds fine by me. But before you go, you two are junior bracers, right? Yeah, why? Junior bracers, so to speak, are members in training, registered at various branches. In short, their performance is monitored by the branch where they're currently registered. And right now, for you two, that would be Roland. So what you're trying to say is that we have to change our registration if we want to accept jobs here, right? You've got it. Here, all you need to do is sign on these forms to transfer your registration. Sure. Our names go here, and Sherazard's going to have to do this too. Estelle and Joshua filled out the registration transfer forms. Alright, it looks like everything is in order. Junior Bracers, Estelle and Joshua. As of this day, at 15:20, your registration at the Bose branch has been approved. This means that you are now members of the Bose branch. So you know, once you become a senior bracer, you can do any job without being registered to a particular branch. Oh, right, it was just for the junior bracers, duh. But on the flip side, your duties and responsibilities increase as well. Understood. So pretty much, we're still newbies. Well, it looks like now I'll be able to entrust you with the mayor's request. The mayor's residence is near the west gate. You should go there and talk to her directly. We'll do that. Understood. Lots of understanding from Joshua today. Ravenue Monster. Sighted along the trail behind Ravenue Village. It must be sought out and exterminated ASAP. Ingredient Seeker. Tender poultry times 5 to me at the Antaros restaurant. East Bose Monster. King Scorpion. That bodes ill. Oh, this place has 3 floors. All right. And yet nothing up here. Whoop, I didn't mean to report. I'll leave the mayor's request up to you then. Mayor's request to town. Okay. Alright. Oh. Talk to the lady at the Antaros. Oh, this is a fancy place. All right. Good day to you, and welcome to Antaros. Do you have a reservation? Nope. Is this a restaurant, then? 'Tis as you say, yes. I am the manager, Lecter. I tend to the restaurant's needs while the owner is away. Herein, the best quality ingredients and servers await you, amounting to the greatest dining experience of your life. Hopefully one that I can replicate by having it. I personally guarantee that if you partake of our delicacies, you will emerge full and satisfied. Please, come this way. I will gladly show you to a table. Wow, this guy's got a lot of confidence in his restaurant. And I must admit, it certainly does look like a nice place. Yeah, but he's a bit pushy, don't you think? I mean, when I see this place, my first thought is cha-ching. We'd go broke if we ate here. It's not cheap, that's for certain. If one wished to stay for a full-course dinner, let's see. It would require the bounty from 30 large monsters at minimum to gather enough mira. Yeah, not for me, thanks. At that price, I'll gladly go street vendor. Deep-fried palm on a stick, palms in a blanket. And this flavor hasn't changed one bit. It's as good as ever. I hear the odor of this place changed a few years back, but the quality certainly hasn't dropped any. If anything, the food's gotten better since then. Alright, where is the person? We've begun running out of certain goods here in Pose. And while we have no means of eliminating the problem, we can at least try to make it better, if only slightly. Army regulations, along with the grounding of the airships, have a definite effect on business that cannot be ignored. I need to reopen negotiations and get things squared away as soon as possible. Welcome, welcome. Here for a good meal? If so, please, let me show you to a table. I am the sommelier here. If you have any questions or concerns regarding wine, I will be more than happy to address them for you. Can I go in here? I can. Let's bother the chefs. To a chef, each and every day is lived in pursuit of flavor. When the flavor stops, it's time to put the kitchen knife down once and for all. One must never be satisfied. Recipes must never stop evolving. Complacency disqualifies you as a chef. A complacent chef is no chef at all, as far as I'm concerned. This guy's pretty intense. It's kind of scaring me. Yeah, he has the eyes of a pro. A really skilled, really psycho sort of pro. Hey, doing what you love. It's amazing how tenacious the head chef is about his flavors. I'm trying to work on my flavors too. I even stayed in the kitchen all night to perfect a new soup recipe. Good luck. I hope he likes it. My goodness, what a restaurant! It's just as glorious as I'd always hoped it would be. But up until now, we've just been admiring it from afar. Ah, well, what should I order, I wonder? Hot, 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 hot! Ah, spicy food is just the thing for an old man like myself. Brings back the old appetite, something fierce. I must say, this coriander-infused duck dish really does the trick. I bet I could eat another 2 of these, easy. Enjoy. We've come from the capital for food and shopping. The capital is quite lively, but I must admit, this town gives it a run for its money. I often vacation with Marion. We have similar interests and obnoxious amounts of money to spend on them. Though my goal this time was more shopping than food. One can never have too many Dinodile wallets or rhino cider salad bowls after all. Huh. I thought there was a person I was supposed to talk to for a quest. Oh, I don't have to talk to them first, I see. Nope. Out in Ravenue Village. And I don't have to talk to anybody for the East Pose monster. Okay. Not this again. Please, Lila. This is my one and only chance. Ah, Bose Chapel. La la la, we're finally here. This day has finally arrived. After my husband is done worshipping here, it's off to the Bose market to buy. As we were arriving in Bose, the airliner flights were cancelled. And right in the middle of my pilgrimage, too. You can hoof it. There's only 1,000,000 monsters in the way. Excuse me. You're Father Holstein, right? Ho ho ho. Indeed I am, but how may I help you? This is for you. It's a letter from Father Divine in Roland. Ho ho ho. Is this for me? Thank you very much for delivering this. However, a letter from Father Divine could only mean... Ah, yes, he's come up with a new formula. Formula? Is he a scientist? Eh? A new formula for what? Don't tell me you didn't know. Father Divine is a master of medicine, known throughout Liberal for his skills in the healing arts. In fact, he was well known for this, even back when he was at Gransel Cathedral. Lots of famous people in our backwater town. Really? Even after he took up his new post as a father in Roland, he has continued his research without fail. And when he discovers an effective medicine, he shares his knowledge with the rest of us. We bracers also use the medicine created by Father Divine on a daily basis. So, in a way, we're being supported in our work from behind the scenes. I had no idea. It would have been nice if he had at least mentioned it to us. But it's just like him not to, since he never talks about himself. Ain't that the truth? Father Divine is very strict with himself. Whenever he admonishes someone, he is always admonishing himself as well. This is one attitude I think all young children these days should learn. Although it'd be a bit difficult for me to learn at this ripe age. Yeah, har, whatever. Well, how about we just try to work hard without overreaching ourselves? I appreciate you coming all the way up from Roland to deliver this letter today. Are you about to offer me a sermon? Oh, Idios, goddess of the firmament. Please protect these souls as you guide them in their daily lives. Letter carrier completed. And I can turn it in. Let's finish looking around first, though. That takes me to a different part of Bose, I think. That takes me to another different part of Bose. Oh, that's the Bose Market. We'll go in there last. Even more different parts of Bose. I wonder what I'll buy today. I hope I can find some kind of outfit that I like. That's the mayor's residence. We won't go in there yet. There's a hotel? Frieden Hotel. It's just a recolor of the Roland Hotel. Welcome. Please enjoy our hotel's atmosphere, which is rich with tradition. I'm so busy today. I want to hurry and finish all these terrible jobs and then head out on the town. No renters, huh? Oh, this is a fancy room. Another fancy room. Kirsch's Bar. Hey, welcome. Sit wherever you like. I'm a scholar specializing in living beings from days long past. And on the subject of peculiar living beings, I've encountered the most uniquely swift monster I've ever seen during a recent geological survey. That was along the road in West Bose, if I'm not mistaken. Having never seen such a creature before, I thought to capture it, but it was far too quick for these legs of mine. I'd best get some more exercise in my daily regimen, I surmise. Hey, if you want to catch monsters, absolutely. Ooh, food! I should buy these. Okay, Earth is 12 per. Water is 10 per. Fire is 10 per. Wind is 10 per. Time is 10 per. Space is 12 per. Mirage is 12 per. Okay. So I've got enough Sepith for... decent cash. Oh, woe is me. How did things get like this? I gave up my whole life for that damned workshop. Being Miss Murano's attendant is exhausting work. But it's precisely because of the power she wields that she's earned the dubious role of Shadow Mayor, I suppose. Oh, politics, intrigue. Tell me more. Alright, let's see how much stuff costs in here. I've been living in Bose my whole life, but this is the first time I've actually come to the market. Where to start? There are goods and stores all over the place. And there's dust everywhere. The book I'm after isn't here. Maybe I should try checking in another shop. Can I shop? No. Oh, I can. Okay. So you can just buy the Cornelia chapters here. Why? What is the purpose of getting more than one? Can you give them to people? Is this just the ones I've already found? Sold here? Of you being able to get the books. Okay, so you can find them or you can just buy them. Looks like a girl is running the confectionery shop now. Before it was some guy running the place. I wonder what happened to him. Welcome! How about a fluffy, eggy sponge cake? It's a specialty here at the Bose Market. Wow, this looks so good, Joshua. Yeah, it does have a nice smell to it, doesn't it? Joshua, after we find Dad, let's come here and get one of these to eat together, okay? That's not a bad idea. Really? You'd better not forget about this later on, you hear me? It's 200 HP, speed plus 15%, damn. Heals 550 HP and cures poison. Oh, we're gonna buy both of these. Hey, Claire Redfield. This is the first time I've ever been allowed to go on an errand all by myself. Let's see. Now, what was I supposed to buy? are you doing today? Is there anything I could help you find? I carry brands from the royal city here as well. If you would like, please have a look around. Looks like they sell clothes here. Ooh, armor shop. I'm fine. I already like the clothes I'm wearing now. You can also do custom designs or tailor any clothes you'd like. Just keep that in mind if you decide you want something more fashionable than your current, unique outfit. Strega J. Defense plus 6, move plus 1. Red Scarf, defense plus 2. These are expensive, and I don't really need them. The move plus is good. Especially for Joshua, who needs it. Because he has the shortest range weapon. Oh, you know what? I'll buy a Strega J. Thanks to the restrictions placed on everything by the army, nothing has gone right. When I think about the price of getting things in stock, I feel like my business is going to dry up. This guy's in a rather foul mood. No kidding. Airliner flights have been cancelled and the ice and road has been blockaded off. I'm sure it's not doing wonders for these merchants' businesses either. Just ingredients. Let's see. Know what to do about today's side dish. Should I try making something with meat, or should I try something with fish? What do you have to sell? My pal Buck has started raising prices on his goods, and in light of the situation, I guess I can understand why. Although some of his prices seem a bit too high. What do you sell? More ingredients. Hey, Dorothy! Huh? Dorothy, is that you? Wow, look at all the stuff they're selling here. I'm getting a kink in my neck just turning my head to try and take all of it in. She's so into her surroundings, it looks like she can't even hear you. Can I help you find something? My medicine can take care of almost any kind of ailment. So you sell medicine, huh? There seems to be almost anything one could ever want here in the Bose market, except for weapons, which I really want. That's for sure. The sheer amount of stuff for sale is pretty overwhelming. Oh, cures, freeze, and petrify. Okay. Who are you, fashionable fellow? This one's quite a catch. You look like you have a unique character model. Tentatively speaking, I'm an employee here at this store. I help out my mother, and you're very well spoken for a 6-year-old. I'm not playing around, just in case you are wondering. Good day and welcome. Hey there, you two. Have a look at my goods. I have everything you need. What the... So loud. My ears, they bleed. Well, this place is alive and bustling, like everyone says. I wonder if it's like this all day. Why is Sherazard not chiming in for any of this? She's in the party. It is. Oh, all right, there we go. People from all corners of Liberal gather here to grow their businesses. And their eagerness and zeal to succeed is nothing to be balked at. What do you sell? Oh! It's a weapon. It's a joke weapon with better range. Joshua's joke weapon is better than what he's wearing. Work helmet, defense +3. Is there another weapon shop in town, or is this it? Used by pro chefs and sometimes in domestic disputes? Holy shit. There is another weapon shop. Alright, I'll save my money then. Alright, let's go to the mayor's house. Wow, now isn't this a gorgeous place? Check out that crazy expensive looking chandelier. Calm down, Estelle. It looks like this is the mayor's place, all right. Now, I just wonder if she's home. Oh, do we have visitors? Welcome to the Beausset Mayor's residence. May I ask who you are, please? We're with the Bracer Guild. The mayor made a request to the guild, and we've come here to inquire about the details. Well, I have heard from the mayor that we would be expecting you. However, I am sorry to inform you that the mayor is currently out at the moment. She has gone to worship at the chapel. When do you expect her back, sir? Well, let me see. Actually, I would imagine her to be making a return any moment now. Well, we're kinda in a hurry to meet her. Do you think it would be all right to call on her at the chapel? Well, I don't wish to inconvenience you. Don't worry, it would probably save the both of us some trouble. But if you don't mind me asking, what does the mayor look like? Like the typical wealthy person? Big hat with feathers in it, dripping gemstones from every pore? Feathers? Gemstones from every... what? How colorful? But quite off the mark, I assure you. How would I describe her? Should I say she looks splendid, or should I say beautifully mature? Hair color and build, please. If she could just find the right man, then I could retire in peace. Huh? Never mind. I was just thinking out loud. Ah, yes, this may help. The mayor has a maid accompanying her. That might be the easiest way to find her. The mayor is being accompanied by a maid, huh? That sounds easy enough to find in a crowd of people. Let's hurry and head over to the chapel. Nope, we're gonna explore the rest of Beausset first. Residential district of Beausset. Beausset merchants enjoy the freedom of the market system here, but we also have a rule to always keep our word. And for that reason alone, we are very strict about meetings and punctuality. It's certainly been a while since the army clamped down on things. It's been like 2 days. And at this point, because of it, we're definitely going to be in the red this month. It's been 2 days! My dad works in the trade business, and our family has been doing the same job for generations. But I don't think I'm cut out to be a merchant. I come all the way back here to be with the family, and my father's nowhere to be found. He's the one who said to come back to Beausset as soon as possible. What's going on? Oh, you're the person whose assistant we've met in the marketplace. My mother's worried, so maybe I'll just give a call to the place where he was staying. That's strange. I would have thought that my husband would be home by now. With my daughter at home now, it seems like we can finally enjoy a meal together as a family for the first time in ages, but... We're gonna take this town piece by piece. It's important for people to have hobbies in their old age, so I don't see why you have to get so mad about mine. Depends on what the hobby is. Don't you realize you're just going to turn into a wrinkled old prude getting angry all the time? But that's not what I'm mad about. The thing I'm mad about is the fact that he doesn't have the decency to say one word before he leaves. Aha! Weapon shop. Good afternoon and welcome. Take a look around and see if there's anything you like. Alright, what do we got? 2,000, huh? Oh, that's a big jump in damage. That's a big jump in damage. God damn. Alright, so 6,500. Oh my god, we need so much money. The leather jackets. Lighter prevents freeze, okay. Black bangle prevents sleep, pearl earring prevents seal. Okay. Let's find the ornament shop and upgrade ornaments, and then we'll sell some sepith. So I'll be running the show starting today, huh? Excellent. Now it's time to make some real money. I need 80 for the next. I need 30 for this. All right. He needs 50 for this. Let's open this one. Move +1. Costs 100 space sepith. Max EP +5%. 10, 10, and 30. Arch EP costs -10%. EP cut seems... yeah. Cast arts is cut. That seems cool. ATS. Art speed? Or art attack? Art strength? Probably art strength. Let's give a HP to somebody else so they also have a tier. How much money I can get. 57.56. That'll be enough to get our weapons. I've accumulated a lot of Sepith, though. Is this worth it? This is the only way you get money aside from completing jobs. Get it back quickly enough? Yeah, sure. Am I going to have him cast? He does have Firebolt and Clock Up. Yeah, I'll put that on him. About the one cast, right? All right, that's good for now. To the weapon shop. $2,600. I can buy one leather jacket. And it has ADF. I can buy one leather jacket. We will put that on... Put that on Estelle or Joshua? Whose defense is the worst? 45, 40, 44. We'll put it on Joshua. Sell some old gear. Got enough that we can. How much do these sell for? 50. All right. Buy another armor. Buy another leather jacket. Don't have enough to buy back. I don't have enough to, even if I sell the armor vest, buy the third leather jacket. So I guess we'll just have to do a job. if my husband's business is doing well. My dad makes clothes and then sells them to the people. He made my clothes too, see? Pretty cool that you get a whole loft to yourself, kid. That's awesome. Alright, that's everything. So back to the church. Let's save. Oh, there you are. You're the maid we've been looking for. And you are? Estelle, that wasn't very polite. My apologies. We're with the Bracer Guild. We're looking for the mayor so we can confirm the details of a job she requested. Oh, I see. Please, let me introduce myself. I'm her maid, Lila. I see to the mayor's daily needs. Being served hand and foot, huh? The worlds we live in are really different. So where is the mayor, if you don't mind me asking? Didn't she come here to pray? She's playing hooky from her religious duties. Huh? I'm sure she's probably in the middle of inspecting the situation in the market. She took off after telling me to pray for her, too. I don't know how I should say this, but the mayor seems like she has quite a unique personality. Oh, well, doesn't she sound interesting? Even if she weren't the mayor, I'd be kind of intrigued. There's no doubt she's a capable person, although she does have a bit of an unrestrained aspect to her at times. Anyway, I'm on my way to meet her right now. I don't mean to sound impolite. Would you mind waiting at her residence? I will let her know you're there. I don't know how I feel about going back there empty-handed. Would it be all right if we came along with you instead? Come with me to meet the mayor? Well, I guess it's okay. Let's make our way over to the Bose Market then. Party member absorbed. Wow, this place is really huge. You've been in here already, Estelle. I wonder where the mayor is. Well, she does stand out in a crowd, so I'm sure you'll find her right away. Oh, just as I thought. The two of you should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. Is the mayor a teenager? Trying to force up the price of food at a time like this by buying it all up. You're not fit to be merchants in Bose. But, ma'am, we were just thinking about how to increase sales for the Bose market in general. I don't want to hear any more from you. If it were other products, it would be a different story, but making undue profits on necessities will lead to negative publicity for the market. Return these goods to their original prices at once. All right. We'll do as you say. Now, I don't doubt your passion for the Bose market, but I want you to understand this. Commerce, when you get right down to it, is the established relationship of trust between people. And believe me, if you do business with that in mind, you can become wonderful merchants in Bose. Yes, ma'am. We'll do our best. Whew. Madam. Lila, so you came, huh? I'm sorry you had to see that side of me. Actually, you did a wonderful job, as always. But never mind that. These people are here to see you. Please, come back home immediately. Oh, that emblem is... Could you be the bracers I requested? Yep, that's us, but... So does that mean that you're... Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Maybell. I'm the owner of this market and the mayor of the Bose region. Oh, she's treating us to dinner. Damn! This restaurant looks super expensive. Are we really going to have a meeting here? I often use this place for business meetings. The food is quite good, too. I tell you what, though, I had heard the mayor of Bose was a woman, but I never imagined you would be this young. Based on looks alone, I would guess you're only 4 or 5 years older than me. Actually, I still feel like I'm nothing more than an unworthy successor to my father. So is mayor a hereditary office in this world? My late father was the previous mayor, and all I did was inherit the rights to the Bose market and the political foundation which he set up. That's a rather unvarnished self-evaluation, if I've ever heard one. After all, I'm just the daughter of a businessman, so there's no sense in getting high hat about that. But anyway, would it be alright to go over the details of my request with you again? Sure, that'd be fine. Well, what I would like to ask that you do is investigate the disappearance of the missing airship and bring closure to the incident. I am of the opinion that bracers would bring about much more desirable results concerning this incident than the Army is currently producing. The reason being, we are not fighting a war. We're trying to find answers and solve a mystery. Well, I, for one, would be honored. But don't you think that you're overrating us just a bit? Just call it a businesswoman's prerogative. The fact of the matter is, an influential businessman was aboard the airliner that disappeared. In addition, if the Royal Army continues to keep the Bose airspace as a no-fly zone, business is going to suffer. And just when business had been booming prior to the Queen's birthday celebration, too. I see. So this is an economic appeal, right? Yes, and it's something which I can't trust to be left up to the Army alone. So, what do you think? Will you accept my request for your help in the matter? Well, we have our own reasons for wanting to investigate the incident, and we'd like to accept the job, but the Army has actively been trying to exclude bracers from anything having to do with the incident. So, I don't suppose you could pull the mayor card for us? Could you? Maybe show the Army who's running this show? Excluding bracers, huh? This must have something to do with General Morgan, then. That man has disliked bracers from the beginning. So you know who the general is, Mayor Maybell? He was a friend of my late father's. Tentatively speaking, we have a passing acquaintance with one another. So I may just be able to do something for you. Meaning? Lila? Yes, madam. Lila produced a sheet of letter paper and a fountain pen from her pocket and handed them to Mayor Maybell. Useful thing to have on you, I guess, when you're in a mayor's position. Weird that you're hanging out in public in a French-made outfit, though. I guess this should be sufficient. Here, please take this with you. What's this letter for? It's a letter of request to General Morgan. It is to inform him of my request for information about the incident as the official responsible for the region. I think this should be enough to get some information out of the Army. I see. But I wonder if that bracer-hating general will even meet with us at all. I think it would be a pretty safe bet as long as you hide your identities. You would probably be best served by saying that you are messengers for the mayor. I don't know if I like the sound of that. It feels like we're lying or something. It's not lying, we'd just not be telling him everything. Since this is a time-sensitive situation, I think we should be practical about it. I guess you're right, Joshua. By the way, where do we need to go to meet General Morgan? There's a fort called the Hacken Gate on the international border to the north of Bose. Ah, so we do have to go there immediately. You should be able to find the general there. All right, everyone, I'm counting on you. You just leave everything to us. If we find out anything, we'll come and let you know. I'll be looking forward to some good news. Goodbye, and have a wonderful day. Goodbye. All right, let's get going, shall we? The Hacken Gate is at the end of the Eisen Road to the north of the East Bose Highway. In short, we need to head out the East Gate and then turn north thereafter, right? Alrighty then, Hacken Gate, here we come. Alright, let's see how much money we need after selling this. Alright, we need 400 Mira. I could sell some tear bombs. Yeah, we'll sell 4 tear bombs. And we'll go buy that piece of armor. Whoops. Alright, let's save after having done all that. Alright, to Hawken. Oh, maybe we should rest. We don't have the money to rest, I guess. And you are? Wait, weren't you with the Bracer Guild? Too bad, not today. Today we're here on official business. Estelle produced Mayor Maybell's letter with a flourish. This is Mayor Maybell's. The mayor has requested that we come and speak with General Morgan about the status of the search. As you can see, this document is official. But if you don't want to let us through, I'm sure you'll be hating life later. I guess there's nothing we can do but let you through. Are you serious about this? Don't you know? Mayor Maybell is the one in charge over the entire region. You can't just ignore that. I guess you're right. All right. We'll grant you permission to pass, but make sure you don't cause any problems. Whatever happens, never forget that we share a border with the Empire. Yeah, we got it already. All right then, let us through. Oh, what is this? It's a bird with an egg on its head. Alright, fresh hatchling. Remera. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I love it.
We're good to go.
Dialogue is different if that's your first meeting. Yeah, I figured it would be. This area should give you the monster meat you need. That's true. One HP. Come on.
Oh, are we done already?
Alright, well, let's kill some stuff then. Try to get that poultry. Hey, there's a poultry. Tender poultry. Was it tender poultry? Yep, tender poultry. Oh, I have 2 already. Okay. So I need 3 more. Oh, hello. You're a big fellow. $1,100. Oh, takes 500% damage from fire. Damn. All right. Oh, right. I can't undo that.
Someone's been naughty.
This is not going to kill.
Here I come.
Nope, not quite. Alright, that was less scary than I thought. Oh, it gets to go twice. Alright, we got it. Give me that extra 7.
Seems you came up short.
That only gave me 15 EXP for the big one. Wow. Oh, miss. Come on.
Oh, are we done already?
Piece of cake.
Ah, there's some poultry. All right, 2 to go.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Level up. All right, 1 to go. I don't want to tangle with that thing.
All right, we're good to go.
One item. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go deliver that. Yes, can I help you? Hello, we're here with the Bracer Guild and we have a delivery. Oh, thank you so much for going to all the trouble. I'm sure you must have been busy with your other work. It was no problem at all. Helping those in need is what our job as Bracers is all about. Yes, it's just like Estelle said. And now, with the airliners at a standstill, it's a difficult time for all of us. I really appreciate you saying that. But the little bit of Mira I'm paying just doesn't seem like enough. Oh, I know. Please, let me do this for you, too. Huh? Do what? I'll teach you how to make my specialty omelets. You mean the ones served here at Antaros? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. You'll still have to get the rich people ingredients yourself, though. Is it okay for you to just be giving out your recipes like that? Don't worry, it's not a problem. Even if you make a dish just like the recipe says, it doesn't mean that you'll get the same taste. Sounds like you've got a lot of confidence in your cooking. Remember, it's not about whether you're good or bad. It's like the relationship between a musician and her sheet of music. Depending on the person, the song will sound different, even though the music is exactly the same. It's going pretty well. We've made it to Bose. We're about to head up and talk to General Morgan. That's pretty profound. A recipe, in the end, is nothing more than a framework to make something delicious. By only following the rules, you'd be surprised at how many different ways the end flavor turns out. Liberal omelet recipe. Score! We'll have to give this a try later on. Estelle, now this is just a little pre-cooking advice, so don't take it the wrong way, but please read the recipe before you try it. How rude! What are you trying to say? That I'm the worst cook ever? Then make sure you measure how much seasoning you put in. A pinch of salt doesn't mean that you should drop a fistful in there, you know. I'll show you a fistful. Well, following the setup of any recipe is important, but enjoying what you cook comes first. Surprisingly, that's probably the best framework for any recipe. See? Now that's what I'm talking about. I totally agree. And thanks for the new recipe. My pleasure. Come and enjoy a bite to eat here every once in a while, too. Book. Liberal omelet. Sit down, heals HP for all. 500 HP for all. Fresh eggs and marbled steak. Made of countless fresh eggs. I'm pretty sure I can count them. There's 3. $500 for everybody. Sit-down meal. Where do you eat sit-down meals again? Excuse me. Not certain. Okay. Alright, let's look at the other quests. Avenue Village. Probably to the west? Sit-down meals are just automatically eaten as soon as you make them. East Bose Highway. Let's go after that King Scorpion. Let's turn in the job and then suppose my monster is turn medium. Avenue monster is turn long. 800 Mira, 2 BP. 800 Mira, 3 BP. I didn't have to sell half of that stuff that I just sold. Oh well. Alright, East Bose Highway. Let's find this King Scorpion. What are you? I haven't fought you before. Let's fight you. Maybe it explodes. I guess we'll find out. Oh, ow. Oh, she's gonna get a crit. Nice. That was an annoying crit. Alright. Strength up. Got it. Okay.
Piece of cake.
That looks like a lot of Sepith. Oh, that is a lot of Sepith. Nice. Where is this thing? That leads out of the East Bose Highway. Where is it? That leads up to that area. Oh, the jingle was Poke Clicker. I forgot to exit out of that before the stream. Okay, where the hell is it supposed to be? 'Cause I just looked everywhere on the East Bose Highway. Yeah, let me know where it is. Signpost that tells you the direction of Nebel Valley. Facing north, head southeast from the signpost and you will find King Scorpion. Alright, back out we go. This should be the area with the sign. Oh, whoops. Ran into a battle. Okay, not this area. The next one. Ah, here's the sign. The valley. Let's save. Alright. North, southeast. Yeah, request monsters are visible on the screen without fade-in. I remember that with the previous request monsters, but I'm not seeing the Scorpion. Are you guys seeing the Scorpion? Oh, there it is. Oh, 4 of them. All right. Oh, they're going to get 4 turns right in a row. All right, let's take a look at these things. 214 HP. Weak to wind. Weak to earth. Alright, let's dual strike one of these guys. Not a lot of damage. Ow. Ow. see how much damage this does. 195, alright. Not enough to kill. Oh, one of these guys is going to have a guaranteed crit. Damn. I should have targeted the same one with both of them. Oh, he's almost dead. Uh-oh. What is that status effect? Oh, he's silenced. Or no, he can't use crafts? He can't attack. He can use arts and items. This is, oh, it's seal, isn't it? Now we've learned that recipe. And that's going to be 2 down. Let's clock up Estelle, who I think has Earth. Well, Estelle's got wind and water. Charizard has Earth. One of Charizard's crafts does wind damage. Alright. Cool. Oh, we don't have Earth on this at all. Alright. Oh, it missed the other one. Damn it. Oh, he's unsealed, but Charizard is sealed now. Guaranteed crit at least. Or no. Damn it. You used up that turn. And crit. Got it.
Oh, are we done already?
48 EXP for everyone. Nice. Only 24 Sepith. Damn. Alright, back we go. This is a long-ass walk. do I turn that into? Oh, client bracer guild. So I just turn it in there. Mira, 4 BP. Cool. Alright, so I'm guessing the village is... Oh, I haven't been in the port yet. Presently, all airliner flights have been postponed. I'm also sorry to inform you that we have no idea when they will resume, either. I guess I won't be able to travel by airliner for the time being. It's not that I'm in a hurry to be anywhere, so I'm not too stressed, but I'd at least like to know when flights will resume. Yeah, wouldn't we all? My boss, Lakely, worked as an airship mechanic even before there were such things as airliners. In other words, he's like my senior in the field of maintenance. And for that reason alone, he's stricter than anyone could imagine, and I get yelled at every day. Norm! Didn't I tell you that idle hands are the devil's work? Now find something to do! If you've got the time to talk, then how about putting some of those tools back where they belong? Yes, boss. The Bose International Landing Port gets a lot of traffic, which is kind of why I came here expecting to get some photos with this orbital camera. But why isn't there a single ship coming in? This world coming to? I'm trying to head to Rouen, and then all of a sudden I'm told that flights have been cancelled. Despite this being out of my control, arriving late for a business deal is embarrassing for a Bose merchant. The fact that we're all on standby must mean that either the company doesn't fully grasp the situation, or there's already an airliner on the way. I think the fact that nobody's been told much means that we're all in the dark. That's what being in the dark means, yes. Alright, let's go out the western side of town. West Bose Highway. Alright, so the village. Alright, actual question. Am I going to go to Ravenu Village at the behest of the plot? Or should I seek this out on my own now? Plot will send me that way later on. Okay. All right. Let's get to the Hawken Gate. Alright. We've been for about 6 hours, so I'm going to call it here. Excuse me. Yeah. I'm looking forward to playing more of this. It's taken its sweet time, but in a good way. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing the DLC of Little Nightmares. So that'll be a shortish stream. Then Tuesday, I have Metal Gear Solid, which is going to be a long stream again. Wednesday, I don't know what I'll do. I might do The Wolf Among Us. I probably should do The Wolf Among Us. It's been a while since I did Chapter 1. But I don't have anything else specifically scheduled until Saturday's Final Fantasy XIV stream. So yeah, for now, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.